Greetings, dear viewers. You're watching Muse Fanfiction. We have prepared something special for you today. What if Harry was a natural Legilimens at age 4 and used Dumbledore's secrets to rule the Wizengamot? Your likes and subscriptions keep this channel alive. If you enjoy our content, please show your support. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. Chapter 1, The Mind Awakens. The cupboard under the stairs was dark and musty, as always. 4-year-old Harry Potter curled himself into a tight ball, his knobby knees drawn to his chest as he nursed the red welt forming on his forearm. Uncle Vernon had been particularly angry today, something about a client cancelling an important drill order, and Harry had made the mistake of dropping a glass while washing dishes. Worthless, ungrateful little freak, Vernon had snarled, his meaty fingers digging into Harry's arm as he dragged him toward the cupboard. But it wasn't the pain of the welt that confused Harry now. It was what had happened just before Vernon locked him away. For a brief, strange moment, Harry had heard his uncle's thoughts, clear as spoken words: should have left the brat at an orphanage. Petunia's too soft-hearted for her own good. The voice had echoed in Harry's mind even though Vernon's mouth hadn't been moving. And it wasn't the first time this had happened. Harry uncurled himself and stared at the thin sliver of light beneath the cupboard door. Last week, when Dudley had pushed him down at the playground, Harry had heard his cousin thinking about hiding behind the slide next. The week before that, he'd known Mrs. Fig was going to serve stale cake before she'd even opened her cupboard. Was this another freakish thing that made his aunt and uncle hate him? Harry closed his eyes, trying to make sense of it all. Sometimes, if he concentrated very hard on a person, their thoughts became clearer, like tuning a radio. The lock on his cupboard rattled. Harry tensed. "Boy," Aunt Petunia's sharp voice pierced through. "Get out here. You have a visitor." A visitor? For him. Harry couldn't remember ever having a visitor. He scrambled out of the cupboard, blinking in the kitchen's harsh light. Standing beside Aunt Petunia was the strangest-looking old man Harry had ever seen. He had a flowing silver beard, half-moon spectacles, and wore what looked like a purple bathrobe. "Hello, Harry," the old man said kindly. "My name is Albus Dumbledore." Aunt Petunia's lips were pressed so tightly together they'd nearly disappeared. 15 minutes, she hissed. "In the sitting room. Then he leaves." She stalked away, leaving Harry alone with the peculiar visitor. "Come," Dumbledore said, gesturing toward the sitting room. "We have much to discuss." Harry followed cautiously. The old man moved with surprising grace for someone who looked at least 100 years old. In the pristine sitting room, Dumbledore settled into Uncle Vernon's favorite armchair as if he belonged there. "Please, sit," he said, indicating the sofa. Harry perched on the edge, ready to bolt if necessary. "Am I in trouble, sir?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Not at all, my boy. I'm simply here to check on your well-being. I was a friend of your parents." Harry's heart skipped. "My parents? You knew them?" "Indeed. James and Lily were exceptional people." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled behind his glasses. "I try to look in on you every year or so, though usually from a distance." Harry frowned. If this man had been watching him, why had he never helped? Why had he left Harry with the Dursleys? As that thought formed, something strange happened. When Harry looked into Dumbledore's eyes, the old man's thoughts suddenly washed over him, clearer than any he'd ever heard before. The boy seems undernourished, but the blood wards remain strong. Necessary sacrifices. He must stay here until he's ready for Hogwarts, then I can begin to shape him properly. The prophecy demands it. Images flashed through Harry's mind: a stone castle, a scarlet train, a glowing orb containing whispered words about someone with the power to vanquish a Dark Lord. More thoughts came, faster now: the Potters should have trusted me as secret keeper, not Sirius. Though with Black in Azkaban, at least the boy has no other guardian to interfere with my plans. Pity about Pettigrew's betrayal, but it served its purpose. Harry gasped, the sudden influx of information making his head spin. He saw a rat-like man, a laughing dark-haired one being dragged away by ghostly figures, a cottage exploding in green light. "Harry? Are you quite all right?" Dumbledore's concerned voice cut through the barrage of thoughts and images. Harry blinked rapidly, trying to process what he'd seen. He instinctively knew he shouldn't reveal what had just happened. "Yes, sir. Just thinking about my parents." Dumbledore nodded sympathetically. "Perfectly understandable. They loved you very much, Harry. Your mother's love, in fact, is what protects you here." But Harry wasn't listening anymore. He was carefully avoiding Dumbledore's eyes while sorting through the flood of information he'd accidentally stolen from the old man's mind. His parents had been betrayed by someone named Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. Sirius was his godfather, wrongfully imprisoned. And this Dumbledore person had plans for Harry, plans involving something called a prophecy. "Sir," Harry said carefully, "what's Hogwarts?" A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face. "Ah. I see the Dursleys haven't told you much. Hogwarts is a school, Harry. A school of magic, where your parents studied, and where you'll go when you turn 11. Magic?" Harry's voice came out smaller than he intended. "You are a wizard, Harry. As were your parents. The unusual things that happen around you, they're manifestations of your magical ability." Harry thought of the times he'd ended up on the school roof while running from Dudley, or when his hair had grown back overnight after a particularly horrible haircut from Aunt Petunia. "The Dursleys said magic doesn't exist," Harry whispered. Dumbledore sighed. "I had hoped they would prepare you, but I see they've taken a different approach." He glanced at his wristwatch, which seemed to have planets instead of numbers. "Unfortunately, I must keep my promise to your aunt about the duration of our visit." He stood, extracting a small wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized, and waved it subtly. Harry felt a warm tingle wash over him. "A minor healing charm," Dumbledore explained, eyeing the welt on Harry's arm. "I'm afraid I cannot interfere too much with your living situation, Harry. There are ancient protections here that keep you safe from those who would harm you." Harry wanted to ask who would want to harm him, but he already knew from Dumbledore's thoughts, a Dark Lord, someone his parents had fought against. "Will you come back, sir?" Harry asked as they walked to the door. "Perhaps next year," Dumbledore said vaguely. "Until then, remember that your mother's sacrifice protects you as long as you call this place home." With a gentle pat on Harry's shoulder, Dumbledore stepped outside. Harry watched from the window as the old man walked to the corner of Privet Drive and simply vanished with a faint pop. Harry's mind raced. He needed to understand everything he'd seen in Dumbledore's thoughts. And he needed to do something about his godfather, Sirius Black, wrongfully imprisoned in a place called Azkaban. But he was just a small boy. Who would listen to him? Then Harry remembered another name from Dumbledore's thoughts, Arcturus Black. Sirius's grandfather, the head of the ancient and noble House of Black. A powerful man who might listen if approached correctly. That night, after the Dursleys were asleep, Harry crept to the kitchen and found a pad of paper and a pen. By the dim light filtering through the window, he composed a careful letter. "Dear Lord Black, you don't know me, but I have information about your grandson Sirius. He is innocent of the crimes he was imprisoned for. The true traitor was Peter Pettigrew, who is still alive. I cannot tell you how I know this, but I swear it is true. Sirius never received a trial. If you check the ministry records, you will find this to be correct. If you wish to discuss this further, please send a reply to Harry Potter at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Respectfully, Harry Potter. Harry read over the letter, hoping it sounded grown up enough. He had no idea how to send it, but somehow, he knew the letter would find its way if he just believed hard enough. The next morning, Harry slipped outside before Aunt Petunia woke him for chores. Standing in the backyard, he held the folded letter up and whispered, "Please find Lord Arcturus Black." To his amazement, the letter quivered in his hand, then shot upward, sailing away like a paper airplane with purpose. Harry watched it disappear into the morning sky, wondering if he'd just imagined it all. Then he hurried back inside before anyone noticed he was gone. 3 days later, Harry was weeding the garden when he noticed an enormous black owl perched on the fence, watching him with intelligent amber eyes. When Aunt Petunia stepped inside to answer the telephone, the owl swooped down, dropping a heavy cream-colored envelope beside Harry's knee before returning to the fence. Heart pounding, Harry quickly tucked the envelope into his oversized pants. That evening, locked in his cupboard, he carefully opened it by the light of a smuggled torch. To Mr. Harry Potter, your letter has reached me at a most opportune time. I have indeed harbored suspicions regarding my grandson's imprisonment, though I find myself curious how a child of your age would come by such specific information. Nevertheless, I have begun discreet inquiries and found your assertion regarding the lack of trial to be accurate. This itself is grounds for investigation. I propose a meeting to discuss this matter further. A representative of mine will come to the park nearest your residence this Saturday at 10 a.m. He will be wearing a green tie and carrying a black walking stick. If this arrangement is suitable, simply tell the owl yes and send it on its way. Lord Arcturus Black toujours per Harry could hardly believe it had worked. His hand trembled as he whispered yes to the owl, which had somehow known to wait by his bedroom window. The magnificent bird blinked once, then disappeared into the night. Saturday couldn't come fast enough. Harry volunteered to do every outdoor chore possible, hoping to establish a pattern that would make his Saturday absence less suspicious. When the day finally arrived, Harry told Aunt Petunia he was going to pull weeds in the back garden. Instead, he slipped through the gap in the hedge and ran all the way to the small park 3 blocks away. At precisely 10 a.m., a tall man in an immaculate black suit with a forest green tie appeared at the park entrance. His silver-topped walking stick gleamed in the morning sun as he surveyed the nearly empty playground. When his gaze fell on Harry, sitting alone on a bench, his eyebrows rose slightly. The man approached with measured steps, his posture perfect, his face impassive. "Mr. Potter, I presume?" Harry nodded, suddenly aware of his baggy hand-me-downs and unruly hair. "My name is Serenus Folly. I represent Lord Black." He sat beside Harry, positioning his walking stick between his knees. "I confess, when Lord Black mentioned your age, I was skeptical. I expected a child closer to Hogwarts age." "I'm 4, almost 5, Harry said, sitting up straighter. "Indeed." Folly studied him carefully. "And yet you write with the vocabulary of someone much older, and possess information that very few in our world know." Harry had prepared for this. "I have dreams, sir. Very clear dreams about things I couldn't possibly know. About my parents, about magic, and about my godfather." "Dreams?" Folly looked unconvinced. "I saw Peter Pettigrew cut off his own finger before transforming into a rat. I saw him blow up the street with his wand behind his back," Harry continued, pulling details from what he'd seen in Dumbledore's memories. "Sirius never got to defend himself. They just took him away." Folly's expression changed subtly. "Those are remarkably specific details, Mr. Potter. Details that weren't in the Prophet." "I don't know what the Prophet is, sir. I just know what I saw." Folly was quiet for a long moment, then reached into his jacket pocket and extracted a small silver object that looked like a spinning top. "Do you know what this is?" Harry shook his head. "It's a sneakoscope. It detects lies and deception." He placed it on the bench between them. "It remains inactive." "I'm telling the truth," Harry said simply. "So it seems." Folly pocketed the device. "Lord Black has expressed interest in meeting you personally. He rarely leaves his manor these days, but for this matter, he's willing to make an exception. Would tomorrow be possible?" Harry thought quickly. "Sunday is church day for my aunt and uncle. They'll be gone for hours." "Very well. Expect me at your home at 9 a.m. precisely." No. Harry said quickly. My relatives can't know. They don't like magic. Folly frowned. I see. The same location as today, then? Harry nodded. Until tomorrow, Mr. Potter. Folly stood, gave Harry a formal nod, and walked away, his stick tapping rhythmically against the pavement. That night, Harry could hardly sleep. He was going to meet his godfather's grandfather, a real wizard from a powerful family. Would Lord Black help free Sirius? Would Harry finally have a way out of the Dursleys' home? Morning came with agonizing slowness. Harry made breakfast for the Dursleys, working silently as Aunt Petunia fussed over Dudley's Sunday clothes. When they finally left for church, Harry raced to the park, arriving 20 minutes early. At precisely 9 a.m., the air near the swing set seemed to waver, and two figures materialized, Folly, and beside him, a regal elderly man with sharp gray eyes and a neatly trimmed white beard. Unlike Dumbledore's twinkling gaze, this man's eyes held no warmth, only cold calculation. Lord Black, Folly said formally, may I present Mr. Harry Potter? Lord Arcturus Black surveyed Harry with undisguised interest. So. This is the Potter boy. Harry stood as tall as his small frame allowed. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Black. The old man's eyebrows rose fractionally. Well-mannered, despite your unconventional upbringing. Come, let us sit. My bones aren't what they used to be. They settled on the same bench as yesterday. Lord Black tapped his wand against it first, murmuring words Harry couldn't catch. Privacy wards, he explained, noticing Harry's curious look. We wouldn't want any muggle or magical eavesdroppers. Thank you for coming, sir, Harry began. I wasn't sure you'd believe me. I don't, Lord Black said bluntly. Not yet. But I've lived long enough to recognize when unusual circumstances warrant investigation. And your letter certainly qualified as unusual. Harry nodded, unsure how to proceed. I will be direct, Mr. Potter. How does a 4-year-old orphan raised by muggles come to possess detailed knowledge of events that occurred when he was an infant? Events that were deliberately obscured by the ministry itself? Harry had anticipated this question. He could claim prophetic dreams again, but somehow he knew Lord Black would not be so easily fooled. This man was dangerous, but also potentially his greatest ally. I can read minds, sir, Harry said quietly. Not all the time, but sometimes, when I look into someone's eyes, I can see their thoughts and memories. Lord Black's face remained impassive, but his fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around his walking stick. Natural legilimency. In one so young. Is that what it's called? Harry asked. Legilimency. It is the art of navigating the layers of another's mind, Lord Black explained. Most wizards require years of training to master even its basics. A natural talent for it is, exceedingly rare. I didn't know what it was called until now, Harry admitted. It started happening a few months ago. Usually just fragments, like hearing whispers. But then Dumbledore visited me, and when I looked into his eyes, Albus Dumbledore came to see you? Lord Black interrupted sharply. Harry nodded. He said he checks on me every year. But this was the first time he actually spoke to me. Interesting. Continue. When I looked into his eyes, I saw everything. About my parents, about Sirius and Pettigrew, about something called a prophecy. You breached Albus Dumbledore's mental defenses. Lord Black's tone held genuine surprise. One of the most accomplished Legilimens of our age. I don't think he noticed, Harry said. It happened very fast. Lord Black was silent for a long moment, studying Harry with newfound intensity. If what you claim is true, and I stress if, then you possess a talent of extraordinary value. Harry gathered his courage. Sir, I didn't contact you just to tell you about my legilimency. I want to help free Sirius. He's innocent, and he's my godfather. And what would you expect in return for this information? The old man's voice was calculating. I want to learn about magic. Real magic. And Harry hesitated. I want to know more about my family. A thin smile appeared on Lord Black's lips. A Slytherin answer from James Potter's son. How unexpected. Harry didn't understand the reference but recognized it wasn't an insult. Very well, Mr. Potter. I propose an arrangement. Lord Black leaned forward slightly. I will pursue the matter of my grandson's imprisonment. In return, you will meet with me regularly to develop your unusual talent, and to learn about our world. The world that is your birthright. Hope bloomed in Harry's chest. You'll help me learn magic? In time. For now, we will focus on your mind, and on history and politics. Lord Black's eyes narrowed. Make no mistake, young man. If I discover you fabricated any part of your story, our arrangement ends immediately. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Good. Lord Black extracted a small silver pocket watch from his robes. Now, demonstrate this ability. Tell me what I'm thinking at this moment. Harry hesitated. I don't know if I can do it on command. Try. Harry met the old man's steely gaze. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, just as he was about to give up, he caught a fleeting thought. The boy has Doria's eyes, despite their color. You're thinking about someone named Doria, Harry said. You think I have her eyes, even though the color is different. Lord Black's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his posture. Doria Black was your grandmother, your father's mother. My cousin. He tucked the watch away. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems we have much to discuss. For the next hour, they talked. Lord Black explained the basics of wizarding politics, the structure of the great families, and the current state of the Ministry of Magic. Harry listened, absorbing everything with intense concentration. You catch on quickly, Lord Black observed. That will serve you well. What happens next? Harry asked as their time drew to a close. I will begin making discreet inquiries about Sirius's case. Meanwhile, you will continue your normal routine. Folly will bring you books on basic magical theory and wizarding etiquette next week. My aunt and uncle won't let me have magical books, Harry warned. Then you will need to be clever about hiding them, won't you? Lord Black stood. We will meet again in 2 weeks' time, same location. By then, I expect you to have memorized the basic principles in those books. Harry scrambled to his feet. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Lord Black regarded him thoughtfully. You are an unexpected variable, Harry Potter. I look forward to seeing what you become. With that, he nodded to Folly, who placed a hand on his lord's arm. A moment later, they both vanished with a faint crack. Harry stood alone in the empty park, his mind racing with everything he'd learned. For the first time since he could remember, he felt a flicker of genuine hope. He wasn't just a freak or an unwanted burden. He was a wizard with a rare ability, and now, he had an ally in the wizarding world. As he walked back to Privet Drive, Harry made a promise to himself. He would learn everything Lord Black could teach him. He would free his godfather. And someday, he would confront Albus Dumbledore about his manipulations. But first, he needed to figure out how to hide magical books from Aunt Petunia. The following weeks established a pattern. Every Sunday morning, while the Dursleys attended church, Harry would meet with Serenus Folly in the park. The formal wizard would deliver books and assess Harry's progress on previous assignments. Your penmanship needs work, Folly noted during their third meeting, examining Harry's careful notes on wizarding genealogy. A proper heir must have impeccable handwriting. Heir. Harry looked up from the heavy tome on magical theory he'd been struggling through. Lord Black hasn't mentioned it. Folly raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Well, it's not my place to speculate on his lordship's intentions. Harry had learned enough about politics now to recognize when someone was deliberately dangling information. Mr. Folly, if there's something I should know, all in good time, Mr. Potter. Folly handed him a new book, this one on wizarding law. Lord Black expects you to understand the basics of Wizengamot procedures by your next meeting. Hiding the growing collection of books proved challenging. Harry eventually discovered that the loose floorboard in his cupboard concealed a small space just large enough for 2 books at a time. He developed a rotation system, keeping the most immediately useful texts under the floorboard while hiding others in a hollow tree at the park. Every night, by the dim light of a stolen flashlight, Harry would read until his eyes burned. The magical world was far more complex than he'd imagined, ancient families bound by tradition and blood, a government system rooted in medieval structures, and laws that seemed to heavily favor the old, established powers. His 5th meeting with Lord Black came a month after their first. "You've made adequate progress," the old wizard acknowledged after quizzing Harry on Wizengamot voting procedures. "Your retention of information is impressive for one so young." From Lord Black, Harry had learned this constituted high praise. "Thank you, sir. Have you found anything about Sirius?" A shadow passed over the old man's face. "The ministry is reluctant to acknowledge any irregularities in his case. However, I have confirmed that no trial transcript exists because no trial was ever conducted." "That's illegal," Harry said, recalling his studies. "The Wizengamot Charter guarantees all wizarding citizens the right to a trial." "Indeed." Lord Black's lips twitched in what might have been approval. "I've filed a formal inquiry with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They have 30 days to respond." Hope flared in Harry's chest. So Sirius could be free soon. "Do not get ahead of yourself," Lord Black cautioned. "Bartemius Crouch, who authorized the imprisonment, still holds considerable influence. As does Dumbledore, who was chief warlock at the time and did nothing to ensure my grandson received a trial." Harry frowned. Dumbledore knew Sirius was innocent. "I saw it in his mind." "Did you now?" Lord Black leaned forward. "Tell me exactly what you saw regarding Sirius." Harry closed his eyes, recalling the memory. "Dumbledore thought, the Potters should have trusted me as secret keeper, not Sirius. Though with Black in Azkaban, at least the boy has no other guardian to interfere with my plans. He knew about Pettigrew too. He called it a pity, but said it served its purpose." When Harry opened his eyes, he found Lord Black's face transformed by cold fury. That manipulative the elderly wizard cut himself off, visibly reigning in his anger. "This confirms my suspicions. Dumbledore wanted control over you, and Sirius was an obstacle." "Why?" Harry asked. "What's so special about me?" Lord Black studied him for a long moment. "You truly don't know?" Dumbledore didn't reveal it in his thoughts. "He thought something about a prophecy, but I didn't see what it said." "I see." Lord Black's expression became calculating. "What I am about to tell you, Mr. Potter, is known to very few in our world. You are called the boy who lived because you survived a killing curse from the Dark Lord, something that should be impossible. When the curse rebounded, it destroyed Voldemort's body. Many believe you possess extraordinary power." Harry blinked. "But I'm just Harry." "No," Lord Black said sharply. "You are the last Potter, heir to an ancient and noble house. You are a natural Legilimens of unprecedented talent. And you are, apparently, the subject of a prophecy important enough for Albus Dumbledore to orchestrate your placement with Muggle relatives who mistreat you." Harry absorbed this in silence, trying to reconcile this version of himself with the unwanted child the Dursleys had always treated him as. "This brings us to the next phase of your education," Lord Black continued. "Your legilimency is both a gift and a vulnerability. If others discover your ability, they will seek to use or eliminate you. You must learn to control when and how you read minds, and you must learn to shield your own thoughts. Can you teach me? I am not a Legilimens, Lord Black admitted. But I know enough occlumency, the art of defending the mind, to begin your training. For the remainder of their meeting, Lord Black guided Harry through basic mental exercises, visualizing barriers around his thoughts, controlling his emotional responses, and focusing his legilimency on specific targets rather than absorbing thoughts indiscriminately. Practice these exercises nightly, Lord Black instructed as their session concluded. Your progress with occlumency will determine when we can move forward with the matter of Sirius's freedom. Harry nodded solemnly. I won't disappoint you, sir. See that you don't. The old wizard rose to his feet. One more thing, Mr. Potter. The Hogwarts Board of Governors is meeting next week. Dumbledore will be in attendance, which means he will not be monitoring your residence. I've arranged for you to visit Black Manor during that window. Folly will provide details at your next meeting. Harry's eyes widened. I'm going to see your home. Indeed. There are certain books and artifacts there that may assist with your training. Lord Black adjusted his robes. And I believe it's time you were properly introduced to your heritage as heir to an ancient house. Before Harry could ask what that meant, Folly appeared at Lord Black's side, right on schedule. With a curt nod, the two wizards disapparated, leaving Harry alone with his whirling thoughts. Black Manor loomed against the overcast sky like something from a Gothic novel, all imposing stone turrets and stained glass windows that caught what little sunlight pierced the clouds. Harry stepped out of the ornate carriage that had collected him from Privet Drive, gazing up at the structure with undisguised awe. This way, Mr. Potter, Folly directed, leading him up a grand staircase toward massive oak doors emblazoned with the Black family crest, a shield featuring 3 ravens and a raised arm holding a wand. The doors swung open silently at their approach. Inside, the entrance hall soared 3 stories high, with a sweeping marble staircase and portraits lining every wall. The paintings moved, their occupants turning to stare as Harry passed. Is that him? So small for a Potter. Doesn't look like much, does he? Quiet, you fool, that's the boy who vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry kept his eyes forward, pretending not to hear the whispered comments. Folly led him through several corridors and finally into a vast library where Lord Black sat waiting behind an ornate desk. You're late, the old wizard said without looking up from the parchment he was reading. Forgive me, my lord, Folly bowed. We encountered unexpected ministry personnel near the Muggle residence. Lord Black's head snapped up. Orders? No, sir. Someone from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Arthur Weasley. He appeared to be monitoring the area. Dumbledore's man. Lord Black's lips thinned. He suspects something. We weren't seen, Folly assured him. Nevertheless, we must accelerate our plans. Lord Black finally acknowledged Harry with a nod. Welcome to Black Manor, Mr. Potter. I trust your journey was comfortable. Yes, sir. Thank you. Harry tried not to stare at the thousands of books lining the walls from floor to ceiling. Some appeared to be bound in materials he didn't want to identify. Good. We have much to accomplish today. Lord Black gestured to a high-backed chair across from his desk. Sit. Harry obeyed, noticing a strange silver bowl filled with swirling, cloud-like substance on the desk between them. This, Lord Black explained, following Harry's gaze, is a pensieve. It allows one to view memories, both one's own and those of others. Today, we will use it to confirm what you saw in Dumbledore's mind. Harry frowned. How? I will attempt to extract the memory of your encounter with Dumbledore. If successful, we can both view it within the pensieve and analyze exactly what you witnessed. Will it hurt? Harry asked warily. If done correctly, no. Lord Black raised his wand. You must focus exclusively on the memory of Dumbledore's visit. Every detail, from the moment he arrived until he left. Concentrate. Harry closed his eyes, recalling that day with perfect clarity, Dumbledore's strange clothes, his twinkling eyes, the sudden flood of thoughts and images. He felt a strange tugging sensation at his temple, then Lord Black murmured, "Memoriam extraho." When Harry opened his eyes, Lord Black was lowering a silvery strand from his wand into the pensieve. "Excellent," the old wizard said. "Now, we enter together. Simply touch your finger to the surface when I do." They leaned forward simultaneously, their fingers breaking the silvery surface. Harry felt a sickening lurch, then he was falling through darkness. He landed beside Lord Black in the Dursleys' sitting room, watching his younger self stare up at Albus Dumbledore. "Remarkable fidelity," Lord Black murmured. "Your memory is exceptionally clear for one so young." They watched the scene unfold exactly as Harry remembered it. When Memory Harry looked into Dumbledore's eyes, the scene shifted, showing the images Harry had witnessed: Hogwarts Castle, the prophecy orb, Sirius being dragged away, Pettigrew's betrayal. Lord Black observed it all with hawkish intensity. When Dumbledore finally left the Dursley home, the memory ended, and they were abruptly back in the Black Manor library. "Well," Lord Black said after a long silence. "That was most illuminating." "Did you see everything I saw?" Harry asked. "Yes. And more, perhaps, given my greater context for the images." Lord Black's expression had darkened. "The prophecy orb, for instance. I recognized the Hall of Prophecy at the Department of Mysteries. And the Fidelius charm betrayal, I saw enough to confirm Pettigrew was indeed the secret keeper, not Sirius." He rose from his chair and began to pace, his robe swishing against the polished floor. "This memory is compelling evidence, but inadmissible in any legal proceeding due to your age and the method of acquisition. However, it gives us direction for our investigation." He stopped suddenly and fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. "What do you know of blood rituals, Mr. Potter?" Harry blinked at the abrupt change of subject. "Nothing, sir. They are among the most ancient and powerful forms of magic. Many are now classified as dark by our ministry, but the Black family has preserved this knowledge." He walked to a glass case and tapped it with his wand. The case melted away, revealing an ancient-looking tome. "This grimoire contains a ritual that may be of use to us." Harry watched as Lord Black carefully levitated the book to his desk and opened it to a page marked with a black ribbon. "The ritual of ancestral witness," Lord Black explained. "It allows the blood of family to call upon magic itself to witness the truth of a statement. If Sirius is innocent, his blood, which runs in my veins, can testify to that fact in a way that even the Wizengamot cannot ignore." "Is it dangerous?" Harry asked. "All-powerful magic carries risk," Lord Black said dismissively. "But the potential reward outweighs it. With this ritual and the evidence we gather, we may secure Sirius's release within months rather than years." He closed the book carefully. "But first, we must prepare you for a more public role." "Public?" Harry echoed, alarmed. "I thought we were keeping this secret." "For now, yes. But eventually, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, must publicly call for justice for his godfather. Your status, combined with the ritual evidence and the legal irregularities we've documented, will create pressure the ministry cannot withstand." Harry swallowed hard. The idea of being in the public eye terrified him. "When you're ready. Not before." Lord Black returned to his seat. "Today, we begin preparations. First, your appearance." He clapped his hands once, and a house elf appeared with a pop. "Creature, bring the items I prepared." The ancient, hook-nosed elf bowed low, muttering under his breath about half-bloods in the noble house, before disappearing. He returned moments later with a stack of clothing and a small wooden box. "These are appropriate garments for a young heir," Lord Black explained as Creature laid them out. "You will change shortly. First, however, we address your scar." He opened the wooden box to reveal a small silver vial. This potion, applied daily, will gradually fade the scar to near invisibility. In the wizarding world, that mark makes you instantly recognizable. Anonymity will be valuable while we maneuver. Harry reached up to touch the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. Will it hurt to remove it? There will be a mild burning sensation, Lord Black said bluntly. The scar resists magical healing, likely due to its origin in the killing curse. But this potion, created by the Black family's personal potioneer, should be effective over time. For the next hour, Lord Black guided Harry through a transformation. The potion did indeed burn when applied to his scar, but Harry gritted his teeth and endured it. Next came proper wizarding clothes, trousers of fine wool, a crisp white shirt, and a set of navy blue robes that Lord Black called appropriately modest for your age, but befitting your station. Your hair remains problematic, Lord Black observed critically. A potion might tame it, but the Potter hair is notorious. Perhaps when it's longer, it will be more manageable. My aunt keeps cutting it, Harry admitted. But it always grows back overnight. Lord Black's eyebrows rose. Accidental magic. Interesting. We can use that to our advantage. The afternoon continued with lessons in proper wizarding etiquette, how to address members of various social ranks, proper table manners for formal occasions, and the complex dance of wizarding politics. Always remember, Lord Black instructed, information is currency. What you know, when to reveal it, and to whom, these choices determine your power in our world. By evening, Harry's head was swimming with new information. As Folly prepared for their return journey, Lord Black presented Harry with a small velvet pouch. Inside you will find an enchanted journal, he explained. Whatever you write in it will appear in its twin, which remains with me. Use it for urgent communications only. The enchantment is untraceable by conventional means, but caution remains advisable. Harry accepted the pouch reverently. Thank you, sir. Lord Black studied him for a moment. You have exceeded my initial expectations, Mr. Potter. Continue to do so, and our arrangement will prove beneficial to us both. As Harry turned to follow Folly, Lord Black added, one last thing. I've arranged for a specialist in occlumency to assess your progress next month. Prepare accordingly. With those words echoing in his mind, Harry left Black Manor, returning to the Muggle world that now felt increasingly alien to him. He had glimpsed his true heritage, and there was no turning back. The seasons changed, and with them, Harry's understanding of his place in the wizarding world. Through weekly meetings with Lord Black and nightly studies, he absorbed knowledge at a rate that impressed even the normally stoic Folly. The boy has a gift for politics, Folly reported to Lord Black one afternoon while Harry practiced occlumency exercises in the Manor's meditation chamber. He grasps the nuances of alliance building with remarkable intuition. Lord Black nodded thoughtfully. His legilimency gives him an unprecedented advantage. If properly harnessed. In the 6 months since their first meeting, Harry had learned to control his mental abilities with increasing precision. The occlumency specialist, a severe witch named Madame Selwyn who never used Harry's name, referring to him only as the subject, had declared his natural shields adequate for basic protection, but insisted on rigorous daily practice. Meanwhile, Lord Black's investigation into Sirius's imprisonment had progressed steadily. Through strategic application of pressure, bribes, and the occasional blackmail, information extracted from ministry officials' minds by Harry during carefully orchestrated, accidental, encounters, they had compiled an irrefutable case for a miscarriage of justice. The first public move came in February, an anonymous tip to the Daily Prophet about irregularities in several high-profile Azkaban cases from the end of the war. The resulting article questioned why Sirius Black, heir to one of Britain's oldest wizarding families, had been imprisoned without trial. By March, whispers in the Wizengamot had grown into open questions. Lord Black, making a rare appearance in the chamber, formally requested an investigation into his grandson's case. The wheels now turn, he told Harry during their meeting that week. Dumbledore has begun countermaneuvers, but he must tread carefully. Denying a pure-blood heir his legal rights sets a dangerous precedent that even his allies cannot openly support. Harry nodded, absorbing the politics of the situation. When will the blood ritual take place? At the next full moon. April 7th. Lord Black's eyes glinted. The timing is propitious. Beltane approaches, when ancient magic runs strongest. On the appointed night, Harry was smuggled to Black Manor through a complex series of portkeys designed to confuse any magical tracking. In the Manor's ritual chamber, deep beneath the main house, Lord Black had prepared everything for the ritual of ancestral witness. The circular stone room was illuminated by 7 black candles, their flames burning an eerie blue. In the center lay a silver basin filled with a clear liquid that reflected the light in hypnotic patterns. "Blood of my blood, heir of my line," Lord Black intoned, his voice resonating in the chamber as he sliced his palm with a ceremonial dagger and allowed 7 drops to fall into the basin. "I call upon the magic that flows through the ancient and most noble house of Black to witness truth and dispel falsehood." The liquid in the basin began to swirl, changing from clear to crimson to a deep, midnight black. "Speak the name of he whose innocence is in question," instructed an ancient text floating before them. "Sirius Orion Black," Lord Black declared. The liquid surged upward, forming a perfect sphere that hovered above the basin. "Ask what you would know. Did Sirius Orion Black betray James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord Voldemort?" The sphere trembled, then turned a brilliant white. A single word formed in the air above it, written in what appeared to be starlight: "No." "Did Sirius Orion Black kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 1, 1981? Again, the sphere trembled, glowed white, and the answer appeared: "No." Lord Black's eyes gleamed with triumph. "Magic itself confirms his innocence," he whispered. "Is Peter Pettigrew alive?" Harry suddenly asked. The sphere pulsed, as if considering the question from an unauthorized participant. Then, to Lord Black's visible surprise, it responded, "Yes." "The ritual acknowledges you," Lord Black murmured. "Fascinating." "One more question," Harry said, stepping closer to the sphere. "Who was the real secret keeper for James and Lily Potter?" The sphere expanded, its light intensifying until it was almost painful to look at. Then the answer formed: Peter Pettigrew. The sphere collapsed back into the basin with a sound like a distant bell. The liquid once again became clear, though it now emitted a soft white glow. "Bottle it," Lord Black instructed Folly, who had been observing from the edge of the room. "Every drop. This evidence is beyond price." As Folly carefully collected the liquid into crystal vials, Lord Black placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You have done well, Mr. Potter. The ritual responded to you, a sign that magic recognizes your right to the truth about your parents' betrayal." Harry watched the glowing liquid being sealed into vials, each one a key to his godfather's freedom. "What happens now?" "Now," Lord Black said with grim satisfaction, "we force the Ministry's hand. Tomorrow, I present our evidence to Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is one of the few at the Ministry with both power and integrity. And Dumbledore will find himself in a most uncomfortable position. As Chief Warlock, he should have ensured Sirius received a trial. His failure to do so will raise inconvenient questions." That night, Harry returned to Privet Drive with a lighter heart than he'd had in months. Soon, his godfather would be free. Soon, he might have a real home in the wizarding world. But as he slipped into his cupboard, an unexpected wave of dizziness struck him. His scar, which had faded to a thin, pale line thanks to Lord Black's potion, suddenly burned with fierce intensity. Harry clutched his forehead, gasping as a vision flashed behind his eyes: a dark corridor, a door, a glowing orb, and a high, cold laugh. When the pain subsided, Harry grabbed his enchanted journal with trembling hands and scrawled, "Vision through scar. Saw corridor, door, glowing orb, prophecy. Heard laughter. Scar burning." The words faded into the page. Minutes later, a response appeared in Lord Black's elegant script: most concerning. Connection to Dark Lord possible. Accelerate occlumency training. Will consult specialists. Maintain vigilance. Harry stared at the words, a chill running through him. Just when one part of his life seemed to be improving, a new complication emerged. But he was no longer the helpless child the Dursleys had tried to make him. He had knowledge, allies, and his own unique power. Whatever connection existed between him and the vanquished Dark Lord, Harry would master it, just as he was learning to master the political world that would soon be forced to acknowledge Sirius Black's innocence. The pieces were moving on the chessboard. And for the first time, Harry Potter was a player, not just a pawn. Chapter 2, The Chessboard of Power. 4 years later, the well-dressed boy sitting in the back garden of number 4, Privet Drive looked nothing like the neglected child who had once lived in the cupboard under the stairs. At 8 years old, Harry Potter carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone much older. His raven hair, now grown to his shoulders and tied back with a simple silver clasp, had finally been tamed. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead had faded to a barely visible white line. And his eyes, those startling green eyes, held knowledge far beyond his years. "Concentrate, Mr. Potter," came a voice from the empty air beside him. "Your shields are slipping." Harry closed his eyes, rebuilding the mental barriers his tutor had been systematically dismantling for the past hour. In the 4 years since Lord Black had taken an interest in his education, Harry had learned that occlumency was less about raw power and more about subtlety, creating mental defenses that appeared unremarkable while concealing depths beneath. "Better," his invisible instructor acknowledged. "Now, what did you observe at your cousin's school today?" Harry kept his eyes closed, maintaining his shields while recalling the morning's reconnaissance. "The headmaster is concerned about budget cuts. The mathematics teacher is having an affair with the receptionist. And my cousin has been stealing lunch money from the younger children." "And how did you acquire this information?" "The headmaster was reviewing budget documents when I walked past his office. I glimpsed his surface thoughts without being detected," Harry recited. The mathematics teacher kept thinking about the receptionist during class in ways that made it obvious. "And Dudley?" "Dudley's thoughts are always loud and simple." A shimmer in the air revealed Madame Selwyn as she cancelled her disillusionment charm. The Severe Witch had replaced Folly as Harry's primary instructor a year ago, after Lord Black determined Harry's education needed a more specialized approach. "Acceptable," she said, which from her was high praise. "Your passive legilimency has improved. You no longer broadcast your presence when skimming surface thoughts." Harry nodded, accepting the assessment. In truth, he'd progressed far beyond skimming surface thoughts, but Madame Selwyn didn't need to know that. Lord Black had taught him the value of keeping certain skills private, even from allies. "I've prepared your weekly assignment," Madame Selwyn continued, extracting a sealed envelope from her robes. "Lord Black expects your analysis by Sunday evening." Harry accepted the envelope, recognizing the weight of the parchment inside. It would contain transcripts from recent Wizengamot sessions, international news that hadn't appeared in the Daily Prophet, and profiles of influential wizards and witches, all part of his ongoing political education. Additionally, Madame Selwyn added, her voice dropping slightly, "Lord Black requests your presence at Gringotts tomorrow at precisely 11 o'clock. You are to wear your formal attire. Folly will collect you at 10:30. Harry's eyebrows rose. A formal meeting at Gringotts was unexpected. "May I ask what the meeting concerns?" "You may ask Lord Black tomorrow," Madame Selwyn replied with the hint of a smirk. With a crisp nod, she disillusioned herself again and departed, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. As soon as he was certain she had gone, Harry reached into his pocket and extracted a small, ornate compact mirror. "Arcturus Black," he whispered to it. The surface of the mirror clouded, then cleared to reveal the austere face of Lord Black. "I assume Selwyn delivered my message," the elderly wizard asked without preamble. "Yes, sir. Gringotts tomorrow at 11. Lord Black nodded. "The Wizengamot votes tomorrow on the petition for my grandson's case review. I've arranged for you to observe the proceedings from a secure location. Harry's heart quickened. After years of careful maneuvering, strategic leaks to the press, and the gradual application of political pressure, Sirius Black's case was finally being formally addressed. Will I need to use legilimency? Harry asked quietly. Lord Black's expression hardened. Only if absolutely necessary. Amelia Bones has been receptive to the evidence we've presented. Between the ritual results and the documentation of procedural violations, the vote should proceed in our favor without additional persuasion. Harry nodded, relieved. Though he had become increasingly comfortable using his abilities to advance their cause, targeting Wizengamot members during an official session would be risky. Many of the older purebloods had at least rudimentary occlumency shields. There is another matter, Lord Black continued. The Greengrass family is hosting their annual midsummer gathering next week. I've secured you an invitation. A public appearance? Harry couldn't hide his surprise. Lord Black had kept him carefully hidden from wizarding society, preferring to cultivate his skills in private. It's time for certain families to become aware of our association, Lord Black explained. The Greengrasses are neutral in the ongoing political struggle between Dumbledore's progressives and the traditionalist bloc. Their gathering provides an opportunity to gauge reactions to your emergence without committing to any particular faction. Harry considered this. Won't people recognize me as Harry Potter? The scar is barely visible now, but my eyes, you will attend as my great-nephew, Hadrian Peveril, Lord Black interrupted. A distant relation being educated abroad. Few will question the resemblance to the Potter line, as the families intermarried several generations back. The name was not unfamiliar to Harry. For months now, Lord Black had been establishing the identity, creating documentation, arranging for mentions in certain social columns, even establishing a small vault at Gringotts under the name. I understand, Harry said. Should I expect any particular challenges at this gathering? A thin smile crossed Lord Black's face. Consider it a test of everything you've learned these past 4 years. Observe, gather information, and form preliminary alliances where appropriate. Lord Greengrass has a daughter approximately your age, Daphne. Her father has been grooming her as his political heir since she was 6. Noted. Harry filed this information away for future reference. Will Dumbledore be in attendance? Unlikely. The Greengrasses maintain a carefully neutral stance, but their gathering traditionally caters to the old families. Dumbledore would find the company uncongenial. Lord Black's expression darkened momentarily. Nevertheless, he has eyes and ears everywhere. Exercise caution. The mirror clouded briefly as Lord Black glanced away. I must go. The Malfoys have arrived for dinner, and Lucius has been most insistent about discussing tomorrow's vote. Harry suppressed a grimace. Lucius Malfoy remained one of the few pieces on the board that Lord Black had not managed to control or neutralize. The man was politically powerful, dangerously intelligent, and completely untrustworthy. Good evening, sir, Harry said formally. The mirror clouded and returned to its normal reflective surface. Harry tucked it away carefully, then stretched and glanced at the darkening sky. Aunt Petunia would be calling him in for evening chores soon. His life had developed a strange duality over the past 4 years. Here in the Muggle world, he maintained the appearance of a moderately well-treated nephew, no longer forced to sleep in a cupboard, but still clearly less favored than Dudley. The Dursleys' behavior had improved dramatically after a visit from a social worker, actually a witch under Lord Black's employ, who had expressed concerns about Harry's living conditions. Now he had Dudley's second bedroom, adequate clothing, though he saved his wizarding attire for his excursions with Folly, and regular meals. In exchange, he performed reasonable chores and maintained acceptable grades in school, good enough to show intelligence but not so outstanding as to draw undue attention. But his real life, his true education, took place in the wizarding world under Lord Black's exacting tutelage. Politics, magic theory, history, etiquette, even combat training with retired aurors, all focused on preparing him for the role Lord Black envisioned for him. A role that would soon begin to take public shape, starting with the Greengrass gathering next week. Harry gathered his things and headed inside, mentally reviewing what he knew about the Greengrass family and their political alignments. He would need to prepare carefully if he wanted to make the right impression. The private viewing room at Gringotts overlooked the main Wizengamot chamber from behind an enchanted one-way window. Harry sat beside Lord Black, both of them dressed in formal robes embroidered with the Black family crest, a privilege Lord Black had extended to Harry as his great-nephew and political protege. Below them, 50 witches and wizards in plum-colored robes were taking their seats in the tiered stone chamber. At the front, Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore called the session to order, his resonant voice easily carrying throughout the room. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore began, we convene today to address several matters of justice and governance. First on our agenda is the petition submitted by Lord Arcturus Black regarding the imprisonment of Sirius Black. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Harry studied the faces below, noting which members leaned forward with interest and which seemed displeased by the topic. As you are all aware, Dumbledore continued, serious concerns have been raised regarding the procedural handling of Mr. Black's case. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement, under Director Bones, has conducted a thorough review of the available evidence. Amelia Bones, a square-jawed witch with a monocle, rose from her seat. Thank you, Chief Warlock. My department's investigation has confirmed that Sirius Black was indeed incarcerated without a trial, in violation of Wizengamot Charter of Rights, Article 7. She gestured, and a stack of parchments distributed themselves to each member. The documentation before you outlines the procedural violations that occurred during the chaotic period following the fall of He Who Must Not Be Named. Additionally, we have discovered new evidence suggesting Mr. Black may not have committed the crimes for which he was imprisoned. What new evidence? Called out a thin, balding wizard Harry recognized as Bartemius Crouch Sr., the man who had authorized Sirius's imprisonment in the first place. Bones adjusted her monocle. Two forms of evidence have emerged, Mr. Crouch. First, a thorough examination of Mr. Black's wand, which has been in ministry storage, reveals that it did not cast the explosion charm that killed the 12 Muggles. Second, we have results from a ritual of truth performed by Lord Black regarding his grandson's innocence. Another, louder murmur swept the chamber. A ritual of truth. Dumbledore's voice held a note of concern. I presume this was conducted under ministry supervision. Lord Black stiffened beside Harry. The ritual was conducted according to ancient family magic, Bones replied carefully. While not performed under ministry supervision, our department's experts have verified the authenticity of the results. The magic is unambiguous, Sirius Black did not betray the Potters and did not kill Peter Pettigrew or the Muggles. Crouch Sr. stood, his face flushed with anger. We cannot allow private rituals to dictate ministry justice. This sets a dangerous precedent. The precedent was set when you imprison a man without trial, Bartemius, called a sharp voice from the traditionalist section. Lord Knott had risen to his feet, his hawkish features set in disdain. If the ministry had followed proper procedure, this situation would never have arisen. Harry glanced at Lord Black, whose expression remained impassive despite the unexpected support from Knott. The complex alliances of the Wizengamot often transcended the simple progressive/traditionalist divide, especially when matters of pure-blood rights were concerned. The question before this body, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, is not whether to release Mr. Black immediately, but whether to grant him the trial he was denied 7 years ago. Director Bones, what does the DMLE recommend? Based on our findings, the department recommends an immediate trial before the full Wizengamot, Bones replied firmly. Given the seriousness of the alleged crimes and the new evidence, justice demands a full and public examination of the facts. Very well. Dumbledore surveyed the chamber. The motion before the Wizengamot is to approve a full criminal trial for Sirius Black, to be conducted within 30 days. Those in favor? Hands rose throughout the chamber. Harry counted quickly, at least 35, possibly 40. Those opposed? A smaller number of hands rose, primarily clustered around Crouch and several members Harry knew to be closely aligned with Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded gravely. The motion carries. The trial will be scheduled for July 15, 3 weeks from today. Mr. Black will be transferred from Azkaban to the Ministry holding cells to prepare for trial. Lord Black's hand tightened on his cane, the only outward sign of his satisfaction. We have succeeded in the first phase, he murmured to Harry as the Wizengamot moved on to other business. Now the real work begins. Will Sirius be cleared at the trial? Harry asked quietly. With the evidence we've gathered, it is highly likely, Lord Black replied. However, we must prepare for attempts to undermine our case. Dumbledore's faction voted largely against the motion, which suggests he has reasons to prefer Sirius remain incarcerated. Harry nodded, recalling what he'd glimpsed in Dumbledore's mind years ago, the headmaster's relief that Harry had no magical guardian to interfere with his plans. There is another matter to consider, Lord Black continued, his voice dropping further. Once freed, Sirius will need time to recover from Azkaban. The Dementors exact a terrible toll on the mind. He may not be immediately capable of assuming his responsibilities as your godfather. I understand, Harry said, though a flicker of disappointment passed through him. He had been looking forward to finally meeting his godfather, perhaps even living with him. Patience, Mr. Potter, Lord Black said, noticing Harry's expression. The pieces are moving as we intended. But the game is far from over. They watched as the Wizengamot session continued below them. Harry studied Dumbledore carefully, noting the headmaster's subtle gestures and expressions as he managed the proceedings. Despite everything Harry had learned about Dumbledore's manipulations, he couldn't help but admire the old wizard's political skill. He's very good, Harry observed quietly. Lord Black followed his gaze. Albus Dumbledore has been playing this game for over 70 years. He is a master of appearing reasonable and benevolent while pursuing his own agenda. Never underestimate him. I won't, Harry promised. As the session concluded, Lord Black rose stiffly to his feet. Come. We have preparations to make before the Greengrass gathering. Your debut in Wizarding Society must be flawless. Greengrass Manor sprawled across the rolling hills of the Lake District, its golden stone walls gleaming in the midsummer twilight. Harry stood beside Lord Black at the entrance to the grand ballroom, surveying the assembled wizarding nobility with carefully concealed nervousness. Remember, Lord Black murmured, you are Hadrian Peverell, my great-nephew from the continent. You have been educated privately due to your unusual magical sensitivity. Observe, listen, and speak only when necessary. Harry nodded, adjusting the sleeves of his formal robes, midnight blue with silver accents, custom-tailored to complement his features while subtly incorporating elements of Black family styling. Lord Black. A broad-shouldered man with steel-gray hair approached them, hand extended. What an unexpected pleasure. It's been, 3 years since you last graced us with your presence. Lord Greengrass. Lord Black inclined his head, accepting the handshake with formal courtesy. Indeed, I find social gatherings increasingly taxing at my age. However, I wish to introduce my young relative to suitable company. Greengrass turned his attention to Harry, keen blue eyes assessing him. Ah, this must be the Peverell boy I've heard whispers about. Welcome to my home, young man. Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Greengrass, Harry replied with a perfect bow, not too deep, which would suggest subservience, but respectful enough to acknowledge the man as his host. Well-mannered, Greengrass commented to Lord Black. Refreshing in one so young. My Daphne would approve, she finds most children are unbearably uncivilized. Speaking of your daughter, Lord Black said smoothly, I understand she's shown remarkable aptitude for both politics and magic. Pride flashed across Greengrass's face. Indeed. Daphne has the makings of a true leader. She's around here somewhere, likely terrorizing young Theodore Nott. I should introduce them, he added, gesturing toward Harry. A splendid idea, Lord Black agreed. Young Hadrian could benefit from acquaintances his own age. As Lord Greengrass summoned a house elf to locate his daughter, Harry took the opportunity to extend his legilimency subtly, skimming the surface of their host's thoughts. Interesting that old Arcturus would emerge from seclusion now, with the Black Trial approaching. This boy must be significant to his plans. Perhaps it's time to position Daphne for a potential alliance. Harry withdrew before his presence could be detected. Lord Greengrass was sharper than he had expected, already connecting his appearance with the upcoming trial. "Ah, here she is," Greengrass announced as a young girl approached, her bearing as composed and dignified as any adult in the room. Harry's first impression of Daphne Greengrass was of contained intensity. She had dark blonde hair pulled back in an elegant twist, startling blue eyes that matched her father's, and features that promised future beauty but currently held the serious composure of someone much older. Her robes, a deep emerald that complemented her fair complexion, were clearly expensive but not ostentatious. "Father," she greeted Lord Greengrass with a perfect curtsy, then turned to the visitors. "Lord Black, an honor. And you must be Hadrian Peveril." Harry bowed. "Miss Greengrass. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." "Daphne," Lord Greengrass said, "perhaps you could introduce Hadrian to the other young guests while Lord Black and I discuss some business matters." "Of course, Father." Daphne offered her hand to Harry with practiced grace. "This way, Mr. Peveril." As they moved away from the adults, Harry automatically extended his legilimency toward Daphne, expecting to skim her surface thoughts as he did with most people. Nothing. Harry nearly missed a step, surprised by the complete absence of readable thoughts. He focused more intently, but instead of thoughts, he encountered what felt like a smooth, impenetrable wall, a perfect occlumency shield. Daphne glanced at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Is something wrong, Mr. Peveril?" "Not at all," Harry recovered quickly. "I was admiring the enchanted ceiling. The constellation work is quite detailed." "Indeed. Mother spent months perfecting the charms." Daphne led him toward a small group of children near one of the refreshment tables. "Allow me to introduce you to our usual circle. Most are tedious, but a few are worth knowing." Her frankness surprised him. "And which category do you fall into, Miss Greengrass?" A ghost of a smile crossed her face. "That would depend entirely on your standards, wouldn't it?" Before Harry could respond, they reached the group of young purebloods. Daphne made efficient introductions: Theodore Knott, a thin, serious boy; Blaise Zabini, whose handsome features already showed the beginnings of his mother's famous beauty; Tracy Davis, Daphne's apparent confidant; and the Caro twins, Flora and Hestia, who watched everything with identical calculating expressions. "And this," Daphne concluded with a slightly cooler tone, "is Draco Malfoy, heir to House Malfoy." A pale blonde boy with pointed features stepped forward, eyeing Harry with undisguised curiosity. "Peveril. That's an old name. Father says the direct line died out centuries ago." "The direct line, yes," Harry replied smoothly, reciting the cover story Lord Black had prepared. "My branch of the family relocated to the continent during the Grindelwald conflict." "And now you've returned just in time for the Black Trial," Draco observed with surprising perception. "Interesting timing." Harry kept his expression neutral, though he noted Draco's unusual focus on the trial. "I go where my great-uncle deems appropriate for my education." "Lord Black has been a recluse for years," Theodore Knott commented quietly. "Father says his sudden re-emergence has upset several long-standing political arrangements." Harry recognized the subtle probing. These children, despite their age, were already engaged in the same political maneuvering as their parents. "Change is the only constant in politics, or so my uncle tells me." A diplomatic answer, Daphne noted. "Almost Slytherin of you." "I'll take that as a compliment," Harry replied, "though I've always found house divisions somewhat limiting." This sparked a debate about Hogwarts houses, with Draco insisting Slytherin was the only acceptable option for those of proper breeding, while Blaise Zabini argued the merits of Ravenclaw for those with political ambitions. Knowledge itself is power, Blaise said. And Ravenclaw offers connections without the internal competition of Slytherin. An interesting perspective, Harry commented, genuinely impressed by Zabini's reasoning. Throughout the conversation, Harry continued trying to subtly penetrate Daphne's mental shields, fascinated by their strength. Unlike adult Legilimens, whose shields typically revealed at least their general emotional state, Daphne's mind was completely closed to him, a blank wall where thoughts should be. Hadrian seems distracted, Daphne observed during a lull in the conversation. Perhaps he's unaccustomed to such gatherings. The slight challenge in her tone was unmistakable. Harry met her gaze directly. On the contrary, I find the dynamics fascinating. So many undercurrents beneath polite conversation. Speaking of undercurrents, Theodore interjected, what's your opinion on the Sirius Black case, Peveril? Given your connection to Lord Black, you must have insights. A trap, and not a subtle one. Harry smiled politely. I make it a policy not to discuss ongoing legal matters, especially those involving family. Wise, Daphne approved. Theodore's father has been particularly vocal about the case in the Wizengamot. For or against? Harry asked casually, though he already knew Lord Not had supported the trial. Father believes in proper procedure, Theodore replied carefully. If Black was imprisoned without trial, that sets a dangerous precedent for all ancient houses. Even those who supported the Dark Lord. Draco challenged, a hint of tension in his voice. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. Perhaps we should discuss something less contentious, Tracy Davis suggested. Like the new racing broom Nimbus is releasing next month. The conversation shifted to safer topics, but Harry remained alert to the political undercurrents. He noticed how Daphne subtly directed the discussion, using Tracy as a proxy when she wanted to change subjects and carefully observing each person's reactions. You're quite skilled at managing conversations, Miss Greengrass, Harry commented as the group eventually dispersed to the refreshment tables. Daphne raised an eyebrow. An odd observation from someone your age. We're the same age, Harry pointed out. Physically, perhaps. She studied him with those unervingly perceptive blue eyes. You don't speak like a normal 8-year-old, Peveril. Neither do I, of course, but that's because Father has been training me since I could talk. Perhaps I've had similar training, Harry suggested. Perhaps. Daphne didn't sound convinced. Or perhaps there's more to Hadrian Peveril than meets the eye. Either way, I find you more interesting than most of the dullards here. Before Harry could respond to this backhanded compliment, a commotion near the main entrance caught their attention. A tall wizard with long platinum blonde hair had arrived, his presence causing a ripple of reactions throughout the ballroom. Lucius Malfoy, Daphne explained, noting Harry's gaze. Draco's father. He wasn't expected tonight, he's usually busy with ministry matters. Harry watched as Lucius made his way directly to where Lord Black was conversing with several elder Wizengamot members. The tension in Lucius's posture was evident even from across the room. Something's happened, Harry murmured. Your powers of observation are astounding, Daphne remarked dryly. Come, let's get closer. Father always positions the refreshment tables within earshot of the main conversation areas. They moved casually toward a table laden with delicate pastries, positioning themselves where they could observe the adults while appearing to discuss the merits of different desserts. Absolute outrage, Lucius was saying, his cultured voice tight with controlled anger. Bones has authorized Veritaserum for the trial. Standard procedure for cases of this magnitude, Lord Black replied calmly, though Harry detected satisfaction beneath his composed exterior. There's nothing standard about this case, as you well know, Arcturus, Lucius countered. If Black starts naming names under Veritaserum, then perhaps those names deserve to be spoken, interrupted an elderly which Harry recognized as Augusta Longbottom, her vulture-topped hat quivering with indignation. Some of us lost family to Death Eater activities, Lucius. Activities that certain parties escaped accountability for through convenient claims of the Imperius curse. Lucius's jaw tightened. I was cleared of all charges by a full Wizengamot inquiry, Madam Longbottom. Indeed you were, Lord Black interjected smoothly. Just as my grandson deserves the opportunity to clear his name through proper legal channels. Surely you support the rule of wizarding law, Lucius? It was a masterful political trap. If Lucius argued against Sirius's trial, he would undermine the very legal system that had exonerated him after the war. Of course, Lucius replied stiffly. I merely express concern about unnecessarily reopening old wounds when our society has finally achieved stability. Some wounds fester when not properly cleaned, Augusta Longbottom said grimly. Perhaps it's time to lance a few. Harry felt Daphne watching him as he observed the exchange. You're very interested in adult conversations for someone our age, she noted quietly. Aren't you? He countered. A small smile touched her lips. Touché. Father says children who understand politics before their peers hold a significant advantage later in life. Your father sounds wise. He is. Her voice held genuine respect. Though I sometimes wonder if he realizes how much the political landscape is shifting beneath his carefully neutral stance. This was an unexpected insight. How so? Daphne glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then said quietly, the old alliances are fracturing. Dumbledore's influence is waning in certain circles, while the traditionalist bloc is splintering between those who genuinely care about preserving wizarding culture and those who simply used it as cover for blood supremacy. Harry was impressed by her analysis. And where does your father stand? Firmly on the fence, she replied with a hint of frustration. He believes neutrality offers the greatest safety and flexibility. I'm not convinced it's sustainable. And what would you do differently? Harry asked, genuinely curious. She considered him for a moment, as if deciding whether he was worthy of her confidence. I would forge specific, strategic alliances rather than remaining generally neutral. Selective alignment offers protection while maintaining independence. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Her political instincts were remarkably developed for an 8-year-old, even one raised in pure-blood politics. With whom would you align? That, Daphne said with a sudden return to formality, would depend entirely on what emerges from the shifting landscape. Speaking of which, it appears your great-uncle is looking for you. Indeed, Lord Black was glancing around the room with a slight frown. Harry nodded to Daphne. Thank you for your company this evening, Miss Greengrass. It's been most enlightening. Likewise, Mr. Peveril. She offered a perfect curtsy. I suspect we'll be seeing more of each other in the coming years. As Harry made his way back to Lord Black, he reflected on his encounter with Daphne Greengrass. Her impenetrable occlumency shields and political acumen made her both intriguing and potentially valuable as an ally. Or, he acknowledged, a formidable opponent if their interests ever diverged. There you are, Lord Black said as Harry approached. It's time we departed. There have been developments that require our attention. Harry nodded, making appropriate farewells to their host. As they waited for their carriage, Lord Black spoke in a low voice. I noticed you spent considerable time with the Greengrass girl. Your impression? Extraordinarily capable, Harry replied honestly. Natural occlusions, I couldn't read her at all. Politically astute, confident, and observant. Lord Black nodded approvingly. Good assessment. The Greengrass family has produced natural occlusions for generations. A useful trait in politics, though rare even in their bloodline. Young Daphne is the first in 3 generations to manifest the ability fully. She would make a valuable ally, Harry observed. Indeed. Lord Black's eyes glinted with amusement. Though perhaps not merely a political one, in time. Harry felt his cheeks warm slightly, which seemed to amuse the old wizard further. Remember, alliances take many forms in our world, Lord Black continued. The strongest often begin in youth and are cemented through more than mere convenience. Before Harry could respond to this obvious hint, their carriage arrived, and the conversation turned to more pressing matters, specifically, the unexpected development with Sirius's trial. Bones pushing for Veritaserum is a significant advantage, Lord Black explained as they traveled. Lucius fears what Sirius might reveal about certain activities during the war. Could this accelerate the trial? Harry asked. Possibly. More importantly, it increases the likelihood of a full exoneration. Lord Black tapped his cane thoughtfully against the carriage floor. We must prepare for Sirius's release. His mental state after 7 years with Dementors is a concern. Harry nodded, thinking of what he'd read about Azkaban's effects. Will he need specialized healing? Yes. I've already contacted a discreet mind healer from Switzerland. Once Sirius is released, he'll be moved to one of the Black properties in the countryside for recovery. And me? Harry asked carefully. Will I meet him? Lord Black's expression softened slightly, a rare occurrence. Yes, but gradually. Sirius was extremely close to your father. Seeing you might provoke emotional instability initially. Harry accepted this, though disappointment coursed through him. He had been waiting 4 years to meet his godfather, the last true connection to his parents. Patience, Mr. Potter, Lord Black said, reverting to Harry's real name now that they were alone. The game proceeds in our favor, but we must not rush the endgame. The trial of Sirius Black became the sensation of Wizarding Britain. For 3 days, the full Wizengamot heard evidence that systematically dismantled the case against him. The ritual evidence, while controversial, was admitted after fierce debate. The wand analysis proved conclusive. But it was Sirius's testimony under Veritaserum that sealed the outcome. Harry, again observing from the private Gringotts viewing room, watched his godfather with a mixture of emotions. Sirius Black was a shadow of the handsome, laughing man from Dumbledore's memories. Azkaban had hollowed his cheeks, dulled his eyes, and left him gaunt and trembling. Yet as he testified, a spark of his former vigor returned, especially when he spoke of James and Lily Potter and his love for his godson. I would have died rather than betray them, Sirius declared, the truth serum compelling complete honesty. James was my brother in all but blood. And Harry, his voice broke, Harry was as much my child as theirs. I should have been raising him all these years, not rotting in Azkaban while that rat Pettigrew walked free. The evidence about Peter Pettigrew caused the greatest stir. Under Veritaserum, Sirius revealed Pettigrew's animagus ability in his escape after framing Sirius for the explosion. He cut off his own finger before transforming, Sirius testified. The last thing I saw before the Aurors arrived was a rat disappearing into the sewer with the other vermin. When the verdict came, full exoneration on all charges, the Wizengamot chamber erupted in chaos. Bartemius Crouch Sr. stormed out in disgrace. Dumbledore appeared troubled, though he formally apologized to Sirius for the miscarriage of justice that had occurred under his tenure as Chief Warlock. A calculated political move, Lord Black observed to Harry as they watched Dumbledore's apology. He distances himself from the injustice while appearing magnanimous. Harry nodded, more interested in watching his godfather's reaction to freedom. Sirius seemed overwhelmed, swaying slightly as ministry officials processed his release paperwork. Amelia Bones personally returned his wand, held in evidence all these years, with a formal apology from the DMLE. When can I see him? Harry asked quietly. Soon, Lord Black promised. But not immediately. There are matters to address first. Those matters became clear the next day when the Daily Prophet's headline screamed, Sirius Black declared innocent. Pettigrew alive and in hiding. Blackheir demands custody of godson. The boy who lived. The article detailed Sirius's first public statement after his release. My godson, Harry Potter, was placed with Muggle relatives against his parents' wishes. As his rightful guardian, I intend to provide him the home and love James and Lily wanted for him. As soon as I've recovered my health, I will be pursuing formal custody. The statement had created a political firestorm. Dumbledore, quoted later in the article, expressed concerns about removing Harry from the blood protections his mother's sacrifice created, and suggested a compromise that maintains these protections while allowing Mr. Black appropriate visitation rights. This puts Dumbledore in a difficult position. Lord Black explained to Harry that evening in the secure room they used for meetings at Gringotts. As Chief Warlock, he can hardly argue against a wrongfully imprisoned man claiming his legal guardianship rights. Yet he clearly wishes to maintain control over your living situation. Harry considered this. Could he use his position as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation to interfere? Possibly, though it would be overreach, Lord Black replied, pleased by Harry's understanding of the political dynamics. More likely, he'll attempt to persuade Sirius that keeping you with the Dursleys is in your best interest. Will Sirius believe him? Harry asked, unable to keep a note of worry from his voice. Lord Black's expression hardened. Not once he learns the full truth about your treatment there and Dumbledore's manipulations. Which brings us to the next phase of our plan. Over the following weeks, while Sirius began his recovery at a secluded Black property in Wales, Harry continued his political education with renewed focus. Lord Black had accelerated their timeline, sensing that Dumbledore was mobilizing his own resources in response to Sirius's release. He has contacted Remus Lupin, Lord Black informed Harry during one of their strategy sessions. Lupin was another friend of your father's, a werewolf, but a capable wizard nonetheless. He has been living in self-imposed exile since the war, but appears to be returning at Dumbledore's request. To influence Sirius? Harry guessed. Precisely. Lupin was always loyal to Dumbledore, who allowed him to attend Hogwarts despite his condition. Lord Black tapped his fingers thoughtfully on his desk. We must arrange for you to meet Sirius before Lupin can fill his ears with Dumbledore's version of events. The opportunity came sooner than expected. 2 weeks after the trial, Lord Black received word that Sirius had progressed well enough in his initial healing to receive a brief visit. Remember, Lord Black cautioned as they prepared to depart for the Welsh property, he will be emotionally fragile. Do not overwhelm him with information about Dumbledore's manipulations immediately. Establish a connection first. Harry nodded, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation. He had prepared for this meeting meticulously, reviewing everything he knew about Sirius from both Lord Black's accounts and the glimpses he'd seen in Dumbledore's mind years ago. The Welsh cottage was modest by Black family standards, a comfortable 2-story stone structure nestled against rolling hills, surrounded by gardens gone slightly wild from neglect. A mind healer met them at the door, providing a brief update on Sirius's condition. He has good days and bad, the healer explained in a Swiss-German accent. Today is relatively good, but please keep your visit under 30 minutes. Emotional stress can trigger regression. Lord Black nodded curtly. Wait here, Mr. Potter. I will speak with him first, then call for you. Harry waited in a sunny sitting room, too nervous to sit. Through the open window, he caught glimpses of the gardens where colorful butterflies danced among overgrown roses. After what felt like an eternity, Lord Black returned. He's ready, the elderly wizard said quietly. Remember, gently. Harry followed Lord Black down a short hallway to a bright sunroom overlooking the hills. Sirius Black sat in a comfortable chair by the window, his gaunt frame draped in expensive but loose-fitting robes. When he turned at their entrance, Harry saw that his eyes, though still shadowed, were clear and alert. Harry. Sirius's voice was hoarse, as if unaccustomed to regular use. Harry stepped forward hesitantly. Hello, Sirius. It's good to finally meet you. Sirius stared at him with an expression of wonder and heartbreak. You look so much like James. But your eyes, my mother's, Harry finished softly. Everyone tells me that. A trembling smile broke across Sirius's face. The last time I saw you, you were just learning to say my name. You called me Pafu. Harry moved closer, unsure what to do. Sirius solved the dilemma by opening his arms, and Harry found himself enveloped in a fierce hug that smelled of healing potions and faint aftershave. "I'm so sorry," Sirius whispered, his voice breaking. "I should have been there for you. I shouldn't have gone after Peter. It's not your fault," Harry said firmly, pulling back to look at his godfather. "You didn't know what would happen. And you're free now. That's what matters." Sirius blinked rapidly, fighting tears. "You sound older than your years, pup." "I've had to grow up quickly," Harry replied, carefully avoiding looking at Lord Black. They had agreed not to reveal the extent of their association immediately. Sirius's expression darkened. "Those muggles, Lily's sister and her husband. How have they treated you?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "It hasn't been ideal. But I'm okay." "That bad, huh?" Sirius's perception surprised Harry. "Don't worry, you won't be going back there. Once I'm stronger, I'm going to provide you the home James and Lily would have wanted for you." "Sirius," Lord Black interjected with unusual gentleness, "remember what the healer said about taking things slowly." Sirius nodded reluctantly. "Right. One step at a time." He turned back to Harry. "But I promise you this, Harry, I will be your guardian. No matter what Dumbledore says about blood wards or protection, your parents named me your godfather for a reason." Harry felt a surge of hope and affection for this damaged but determined man. "I'd like that very much." They spent the remainder of the visit talking about simpler things, Harry's interests, carefully edited to exclude his political education, Sirius's memories of James and Lily, and plans for future visits. When the healer signaled that their time was up, Harry reluctantly prepared to leave. "I'll come back soon," he promised Sirius. "Bring a chess set next time," Sirius suggested with a ghost of his former grin. "Let's see if you've inherited your father's terrible strategic thinking." Harry laughed, feeling lighter than he had in years. "I'll practice." As they departed, Lord Black studied Harry with an unreadable expression. "You connected well with him." "He's not what I expected," Harry admitted. "From your descriptions, I thought he'd be more unstable." Lord Black supplied. "The healing is progressing better than anticipated. His years as an animagus apparently provided some protection against the worst effects of the Dementors." "Will he really be able to take custody of me?" Harry asked. Lord Black's expression grew somber. "That, Mr. Potter, will be our greatest challenge yet. Dumbledore will not relinquish control easily, and the blood wards provide him legitimate grounds for objection. We must proceed carefully." The question of Harry's custody quickly became the central political battle of that summer. The Daily Prophet covered every development extensively, with opinions divided between those who believed Harry belonged with his rightful godfather and those who trusted Dumbledore's judgment about the protection blood wards offered. Harry continued to split his time between Privet Drive and his wizarding education, now with the addition of weekly visits to Sirius. With each visit, his godfather grew stronger, more focused, and more determined to gain custody. The situation came to a head in early August, when Dumbledore finally arranged a meeting with Sirius at St. Mungo's, where he was undergoing his final assessment before being declared fully recovered. "This is the crucial moment," Lord Black told Harry the evening before the scheduled meeting. "Dumbledore will attempt to persuade Sirius that keeping you with the Dursleys is necessary for your protection." "Should I be there?" Harry asked. "No. Your presence would complicate matters." Lord Black drummed his fingers on his desk thoughtfully. "However, there is another approach we might take." The next morning, while Dumbledore met with Sirius, Harry was escorted to a different part of St. Mungo's by Folly. In a private room, they met with a grave-looking healer specialist from the children's ward. "Mr. Potter," the healer greeted him. "I'm Healer Rosewood. I understand you're here for a comprehensive assessment of your physical condition." Harry nodded, though in truth, this had been arranged by Lord Black without explanation. "Yes, ma'am. This will involve several diagnostic spells and a few specific questions about your living conditions," she explained. Everything will remain confidential unless signs of abuse or neglect are detected, in which case I am obligated to report to the Department of Magical Children's Welfare." Harry glanced at Folly, who gave a subtle nod. The examination lasted nearly an hour. Healer Rosewood performed multiple diagnostic spells, frowning deeply at some of the results. She asked detailed questions about Harry's diet, sleeping arrangements, and treatment at the Dursleys. Harry answered truthfully but without embellishment, following Lord Black's instructions. "Mr. Potter," Healer Rosewood said finally, her expression troubled, "my findings indicate a history of nutritional neglect, particularly during your early childhood. There are also signs of multiple untreated minor injuries, and your bone density suggests extended periods in confined spaces with inadequate movement." She glanced at her notes. "You mentioned sleeping in a cupboard until recently?" "Yes, ma'am. Until I was about 5. Her lips thinned disapprovingly. "I'm afraid I am ethically obligated to file a report with the DMCW. These conditions are not acceptable for any child, magical or muggle." "I understand," Harry said quietly. After the healer left to prepare her report, Folly explained Lord Black's strategy. "The timing is deliberate. The healer's report will be processed while Dumbledore is still meeting with your godfather. By the time the headmaster returns to Hogwarts, the ministry will have already begun formal proceedings regarding your living situation. And Sirius will be provided a copy of the report, strengthening his position in the custody proceedings." The plan worked with devastating efficiency. By evening, the Department of Magical Children's Welfare had issued an emergency order removing Harry from the Dursleys' care, citing significant concerns about the child's physical well-being and safety. As his magical godfather and legal guardian named in his parents' will, Sirius Black was granted temporary custody pending final hearings. Dumbledore attempted to intervene, arguing that the blood wards provided irreplaceable protection, but the DMCW was unmoved. The head of the department, a formidable witch named Griselda Marchbanks, issued a public statement that no magical protection justifies placing a child in an environment of neglect and emotional abuse. 3 days later, Harry moved into Grimmauld Place, the London townhouse that Sirius had inherited from his parents. The building was dark and neglected, filled with cursed objects and dark artifacts, but Sirius had begun the process of clearing out the worst of it. "It's not much yet," Sirius apologized as he showed Harry to a large bedroom on the 2nd floor, "but we'll make it a home. Once I'm fully recovered, we can look for a proper house in the country, if you'd prefer." Harry looked around the room, easily 4 times the size of Dudley's 2nd bedroom, and felt a lump form in his throat. "This is perfect," he said honestly. Sirius smiled, the expression still strange on his gaunt face but growing more natural each day. "I've hired a curse-breaking team to clear out the nastier objects. My family had dark tastes. But the house is structurally sound and the protective wards are among the strongest in Britain." "What about Dumbledore?" Harry asked carefully. "Won't he try to send me back?" Sirius's expression hardened. "Let him try. The healer's report was damning, Harry. Even Dumbledore's considerable influence can't overcome that kind of evidence." He hesitated, then added, though he did make some persuasive arguments about blood protection. "We may need to consider some additional security measures." This was concerning. Harry needed to know exactly what Dumbledore had told Sirius, but he couldn't risk using legilimency on his godfather. Their relationship was too important to jeopardize. "What kind of security measures?" he asked instead. "Nothing that would affect your freedom," Sirius assured him. "Mainly warding enhancements and some protective charms." Dumbledore offered to help set them up. Alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. "Do you trust him?" Sirius looked surprised by the question. "Dumbledore? He's complicated. I'm angry that he didn't ensure I got a trial, but he's still the leader of the light." "Why do you ask?" This was a crucial moment. Harry chose his words carefully. "I've just heard different opinions about him. Some people seem to think he always knows best, while others question his methods. Perceptive of you to notice that, Sirius said, studying Harry with newfound interest. You know, you remind me of your mother sometimes. Lily had that same way of observing people and seeing beyond the surface. The comparison to his mother warmed Harry, but he remained focused on the potential threat. I'd just feel better if we talked to someone else about security too. Someone independent. Like who? What about Lord Black? Harry suggested, trying to sound casual. He helped secure your freedom, and the Black family is known for their warding expertise. Sirius's expression was complicated, a mixture of reluctance and acknowledgement. Grandfather and I have a difficult history. But you're right about the wards. The Blacks have forgotten more about protective magic than most families ever knew. Maybe working together to protect me could help heal some of that difficult history, Harry ventured. Sirius laughed, ruffling Harry's hair. When did you get so wise, pup? Fine, I'll contact grandfather about the wards. But don't expect a warm family reunion. The Blacks don't do warm. Harry smiled, relieved to have averted the immediate danger of Dumbledore gaining access to their wards. Thank you, Sirius. As his godfather left to make arrangements for dinner, Harry reflected on the rapidly changing circumstances. Living with Sirius would present both opportunities and challenges for his ongoing political education with Lord Black. They would need to establish a new arrangement that wouldn't arouse Sirius's suspicions. The solution came from an unexpected direction the very next day, when Sirius announced over breakfast, "I've been thinking about your education, Harry." Harry looked up from his toast. My education? You've been attending Muggle primary school, right? When Harry nodded, Sirius continued, "You'll need to be prepared for Hogwarts in a few years. I thought we might arrange some tutoring in basic magical theory and wizarding culture." This was perfect. That sounds brilliant, Harry said enthusiastically. What kind of tutoring? Well, that's the thing, Sirius said, looking slightly uncomfortable. I contacted grandfather about the wards as you suggested, and he offered to arrange appropriate tutors for you. Said something about ensuring the heir receives proper education befitting his station. Harry carefully hid his satisfaction. That's generous of him. Generous isn't the word I'd use, Sirius muttered. Calculating, more like. But he's right that you'll need proper instruction. And the Black family does have connections to the best tutors. So you're going to accept his offer? Sirius sighed. With conditions. I'll be reviewing his selections and sitting in on lessons occasionally. And no dark arts instruction, obviously. Obviously, Harry agreed solemnly, though he had already received basic theoretical instruction in darker magics from Lord Black, who believed in comprehensive education. Thus began the next phase of Harry's education, officially sanctioned by his godfather but still directed by Lord Black. Tutors in various subjects visited Grimmauld Place 3 times a week, providing instruction in magical theory, wizarding history and culture, and basic preparatory spellwork using training wands that allowed form practice without actually channeling magic. Sirius, true to his word, occasionally observed lessons, but found most of them tediously academic and soon limited his participation to the more practical sessions. This allowed Harry's political education to continue discreetly, with certain tutors providing lessons that went well beyond the official curriculum. Lord Black himself visited Grimmauld Place once a month, ostensibly to check on the wards and Harry's educational progress. These visits were cordial but strained, with Sirius maintaining a formal politeness that barely masked decades of family tension. During one such visit in late September, Lord Black requested a private word with Harry following his inspection of the library wards. Your progress continues to be satisfactory, the elderly wizard said once they were alone in the library's reading alcove. Your godfather appears to be recovering well. He is, Harry confirmed. The mind healers say he's exceeding expectations. Good. Because events are accelerating, and we must adjust our strategy accordingly. Lord Black extracted a folded copy of the Daily Prophet from his robes. This morning's edition. Read the marked article. Harry unfolded the paper to find a small article circled in red ink. Wizengamot member raises questions about Potter custody by Rita Skeeter in a move that has surprised political observers. Sebastian Knott, respected member of the Wizengamot's Judicial Affairs Committee, has formally requested a review of the custody arrangements for Harry Potter, the boy who lived. While no one questions the legal right of Sirius Black to guardianship of his godson now that he has been exonerated, Knott stated yesterday, there are legitimate concerns about whether an individual who has spent 7 years in Azkaban can provide appropriate stability for a child of Mr. Potter's importance to our society. Knott has suggested that a Wizarding Guardian Committee might better serve the interests of the Potter heir until Mr. Black has demonstrated long-term recovery. Harry looked up from the article, frowning. This is unexpected. Lord Knott supported Sirius's trial. Why would he now question his custody rights? Politics, Mr. Potter, Lord Black replied grimly. Sebastian Knott is not acting alone. This is the opening move in a new game, one likely orchestrated by Lucius Malfoy in cooperation with certain elements who fear the Black Potter alliance. What do they hope to achieve? Control over you, or at minimum, diminished influence for the House of Black. Lord Black tapped the newspaper thoughtfully. Knott is merely the visible player. Behind him stand those who either served the Dark Lord or benefited from his reign of terror, families who fear what Sirius might reveal about their activities if he fully recovers his position in society. Harry considered this. How should we respond? Carefully. This attack comes at a delicate time. The winter solstice Wizengamot session approaches, when I had planned to formally recognize you as one of my heirs. This was news to Harry. One of your heirs? I thought Sirius. Sirius remains my primary heir for the Black Lordship, Lord Black confirmed. But as the last of the Potters, with black blood through your grandmother Doria, you qualify as a secondary heir. This would grant you significant protection and political standing even before you come of age. And now Knott is trying to block this by questioning Sirius's custody. Precisely. Lord Black's expression grew calculating. We must countermove immediately. I've arranged a strategic opportunity at the Malfoys' Samhain gathering next week. Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. We're attending a Malfoy event. You are attending, as young Hadrian Peverell, distant relation of the Blacks. Sirius will remain home. He and Lucius would hardly be comfortable in the same room. I've convinced him that this is an important cultural experience for you. What's the strategic opportunity? Lord Black's thin lips curved in a rare smile. Sebastian Knott will be there with his son Theodore. As will several members of the Wizengamot Custody Committee. You will have the chance to make certain impressions. Harry understood immediately. Lord Black wanted him to use his legilimency to gather leverage against Knott and his allies. I'll need to be careful. If they suspect, they will not, Lord Black interrupted confidently. Your skills have progressed considerably. Furthermore, I've arranged for a convenient distraction at a critical moment. His eyes glinted. Young Daphne Greengrass will also be in attendance. Harry felt a strange flutter at the mention of Daphne. Since their meeting at the Midsummer Gathering, he had thought of her occasionally, the only mind he couldn't read, the only person his age who seemed to operate on his level. How is Miss Greengrass a distraction? Her father has been courting both sides in this developing conflict, Lord Black explained. He sees opportunity in the tension between the Malfoy faction and the Black Potter alliance. The Greengrasses may be neutral, but they are not uninvolved. Harry nodded, understanding the complex dynamics at play. And my role? Observe. Gather information. And when the opportunity presents itself, extract what we need from Knott's mind to neutralize his challenge to Sirius's custody. The Malfoy Samhain gathering was held at their manor in Wiltshire, a grand, imposing structure that made the Greengrass estate look modest by comparison. Harry arrived with Lord Black, again disguised as Hadrian Peverell, though his disguise consisted merely of an enchanted pendant that subtly altered people's perception of his features rather than actually changing them. The Malfoys favor ostentation, Lord Black murmured as they entered the ballroom, which was decorated with floating black candles, ethereal spectral displays, and what appeared to be genuine human skulls serving as centerpieces. Old wealth with new money's taste. Harry nodded, absorbing the lesson in aristocratic disdain while scanning the room for their targets. Sebastian Knott stood near the refreshment table, deep in conversation with Lucius Malfoy and an elderly wizard Harry recognized as Yorick Parkinson, chairman of the Wizengamot Custody Committee. "Perfect," Lord Black whispered. "They're already conferring. Circulate for 30 minutes, then position yourself within range of their conversation. I will create the necessary opening." Harry moved through the gathering, exchanging polite greetings with various purebloods he'd met at previous events. He spotted Theodore Knott standing awkwardly near a group of children but made no move to join them. Instead, he navigated toward the refreshment table, timing his approach to coincide with a lull in the adults' conversation. "Ah, young Peveril," Lucius Malfoy's silky voice greeted him as he reached for a crystal goblet of pumpkin juice. "How good of you to join our little celebration." "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Malfoy," Harry replied with perfect pure-blood formality. "Your home is most impressive. You're Arcturus Black's protégé, I understand," Sebastian Knott interjected, studying Harry with shrewd eyes. He was a tall, thin man with a hawkish face and calculating expression. An unusual arrangement for one so young. Harry inclined his head modestly. "Lord Black has been kind enough to take an interest in my education." "Indeed," Knott said with a thin smile. "Education is a passion of mine as well. I sit on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, you know." "An important position," Harry acknowledged. "I look forward to attending Hogwarts in a few years." "If I may ask," Parkinson joined the conversation, "what is your connection to the Black family, young man? The Peveril name is quite rare these days." This was the opening Harry needed. As he launched into the carefully crafted cover story, he extended his legilimency toward Sebastian Knott, whose slightly relaxed guard while speaking to a child made him vulnerable. Harry maintained eye contact with Parkinson while his mental probe delicately penetrated Knott's surface thoughts, seems well-spoken for his age. "Lucius insists this boy is key to Arcturus's strategy. Something about the custody challenge and the Potter boy." Harry pushed deeper, past the surface thoughts to recent memories, Lucius's study, 3 days ago. "The timing is critical, Sebastian. If Black names the Potter boy as his heir at the solstice session, our influence will be severely compromised. Your custody challenge is merely the first step." "And what of Dumbledore? He can't be pleased about losing control of the boy. Dumbledore is playing his own game. For now, our interests align in keeping the Black Potter Alliance from gaining too much power. Once the boy is under custody committee control, we can," a sharp pain lanced through Harry's temple, breaking his concentration. He managed not to flinch, continuing his conversation smoothly while withdrawing his mental probe. Someone had brushed against his mental shields, not attacking, but noticing his legilimency. Harry scanned the area and locked eyes with Daphne Greengrass, who stood several paces away, watching him with an unreadable expression. Her father stood beside her, deep in conversation with Augusta Longbottom. Had she sensed his mental probing? Impossible, she was only 8, like him. Yet her natural occlumency abilities made her unusual. "If you'll excuse me, gentlemen," Harry said politely to the adults. "I see a friend I should greet." He moved toward Daphne, maintaining a casual pace despite his curiosity and concern. She met him halfway, her blue eyes assessing him coolly. "Hadrian," she greeted him formally. "Or do you prefer a different name when you're prying into people's thoughts?" Harry froze, careful to keep his expression neutral. "I'm not sure what you mean, Miss Greengrass." "Really?" She raised an elegant eyebrow. "I felt your mental presence quite clearly just now. Most people wouldn't notice, but then, most people can't shield their thoughts as I can." This was an unprecedented situation. No one had ever detected his legilimency so precisely, not even adult occlumens. "You could feel that?" he asked, abandoning pretense. Of course. Just as I can feel you trying to read my thoughts right now. She crossed her arms. It won't work, you know. Natural occlumency runs in my family. Harry stopped his instinctive attempt to probe her mind, genuinely impressed. That's remarkable. I've never met anyone who could sense legilimency so accurately. And I've never met a natural Legilimens, she countered. Particularly not one our age. Are you going to explain why you're pretending to be someone named Peveril while reading Lord Not's mind? Harry glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot. This isn't the place for that conversation. No, it isn't, she agreed. But we will have it, Hadrian, or whoever you are. You've become far more interesting than I initially thought. Before Harry could respond, Lord Black appeared at his side. Miss Greengrass, he greeted Daphne with formal courtesy. I hope you're enjoying the festivities. Lord Black, she curtsied perfectly. Indeed. Your great-nephew and I were just discussing mental arts. Such a fascinating subject. Lord Black's eyes narrowed fractionally. Indeed. If you'll excuse us, I need to borrow Hadrian for a moment. Of course. Daphne's composed expression revealed nothing, but as she turned away, she gave Harry a look that clearly said, this isn't over. Lord Black led Harry to a quiet alcove. What happened? He demanded in a low voice. She sensed my legilimency, Harry explained quietly. She knows I was reading Not's mind. Impossible, Lord Black muttered. Even a natural occlument shouldn't be able to detect a careful probe unless, he stopped, reassessing. Unless she too was mentally active in that area. Interesting. It seems young Miss Greengrass may have been attempting to gather her own information. She knows I'm not really Hadrian Peveril, Harry added. Lord Black sighed. A complication, but potentially a useful one. The Greengrass girl could be a valuable ally if properly approached. He fixed Harry with a stern look. For now, focus on what you learned from Not. What is Lucius planning? Harry quickly relayed what he'd glimpsed in Not's mind, the coordination with Lucius, the alignment with Dumbledore's interests, and the plan to gain control of Harry through the custody committee. As I suspected, Lord Black nodded grimly. Lucius is more desperate than I realized if he's willing to temporarily align with Dumbledore. We must accelerate our counter-strategy. What will we do about Daphne? Harry asked, unable to help his curiosity about the girl who had detected his abilities. A calculating look crossed Lord Black's face. For now, nothing. Let her wonder. If she approaches you again, assess her intentions carefully. She may be acting on her father's behalf, or she may have her own agenda. The remainder of the evening passed without incident. Harry avoided both Daphne and the Not Malfoy group, instead circulating among less politically significant guests to maintain his cover. By the time they departed, he had gathered useful background information on several Wizengamot members through casual conversation and discreet mental probing. Satisfactory, Lord Black declared as their carriage pulled away from Malfoy Manor. We now have confirmation of Lucius's strategy and sufficient leverage against Not to neutralize his custody challenge. How will we use it? Harry asked. A private conversation with Sebastian first. If he proves resistant, a carefully worded letter to his wife about certain indiscretions I noticed in his thoughts might prove persuasive. Lord Black's expression was coldly practical. The custody challenge will be withdrawn before the week is out. Harry nodded, understanding the ruthless calculus of political maneuvering. Yet he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable with the manipulation, the blackmail, the constant scheming. Was this what his life would always be? Extracting secrets and using them as weapons? You seem troubled, Mr. Potter, Lord Black observed, reverting to Harry's real name now that they were alone. I'm just wondering. Harry hesitated, then decided to speak honestly. Is this how it will always be? Using people's secrets against them, manipulating from the shadows? Lord Black studied him for a long moment. Politics is the art of influence, Mr. Potter. Sometimes that influence is wielded through inspiration and leadership. Other times, through leverage and calculated pressure. A true master knows when to use each approach. But is it right? Harry pressed. Reading people's minds without their knowledge, using their secrets to control them? Morality is a luxury, Mr. Potter. One that those in power can rarely afford. Lord Black's voice held no apology. Every major player in wizarding politics uses whatever advantages they possess. Dumbledore uses his reputation and position. Lucius uses his wealth and family connections. You have been gifted with an extraordinary ability. Would it be right to allow others to manipulate and control you simply because you refuse to use your natural advantages? Harry considered this. I suppose not. But there must be limits, lines we shouldn't cross. Indeed, Lord Black agreed, surprising Harry. That is why we use these abilities to protect those who cannot protect themselves, to secure justice for your godfather, to prevent power-hungry men like Lucius Malfoy from controlling the Wizengamot, to preserve the best aspects of wizarding society while reforming its flaws. His expression softened slightly. You have a conscience, Mr. Potter. That is not a weakness, despite what some might believe. It is what will prevent you from becoming like those we oppose. Harry nodded, somewhat reassured but still thoughtful. As they continued the journey back to London, his mind kept returning to Daphne Greengrass and her startling ability to detect his legilimency. In a world where he could read almost anyone's thoughts, she remained a mystery, a closed book he couldn't open. The thought was both frustrating and strangely exhilarating. True to Lord Black's prediction, Sebastian Knott withdrew his custody challenge the following week. The Daily Prophet reported the development in a small article buried on page 6. Knott withdraws Potter custody inquiry by magical political correspondent Sebastian Knott has formally withdrawn his request for a review of Harry Potter's custody arrangements, citing satisfaction with additional information provided regarding Sirius Black's recovery progress. The Wizengamot Custody Committee has confirmed that no further action will be taken regarding the matter. A clean resolution, Lord Black commented during their next meeting. Knott understood that discretion was the better part of valor. Harry nodded, relieved that the threat to Sirius's guardianship had been neutralized. Over the past months, he had grown genuinely fond of his godfather. Sirius was still recovering, he had nightmares, occasional mood swings, and sometimes withdrew into himself for hours, but he was also warm, funny, and fiercely protective of Harry. What about Malfoy? Harry asked. He won't give up so easily. Indeed not. But he will be more cautious now that his first gambit has failed. Lord Black tapped his fingers thoughtfully on his desk. Which brings us to our next move. The winter solstice session approaches, when I will formally recognize you as a Black heir. Won't that reveal my identity as Harry Potter? Harry frowned. How will we explain my appearances as Hadrian Peverell? We won't need to. The heir recognition is a private ritual conducted in the Wizengamot ancestral chamber, witnessed only by the chief warlock and a representative of Gringotts. Lord Black's eyes glinted. Dumbledore will be required to maintain confidentiality in his official capacity. Harry considered this. He won't be happy. Certainly not. But there is nothing he can do to prevent it. The magic of the heir ritual supersedes even his considerable authority. The weeks leading up to the winter solstice were filled with intensive preparation. Harry's regular tutoring continued, but with additional focus on Black family history, ritual magic, and the specific protocols of the heir recognition ceremony. Sirius, informed of Lord Black's intention to name Harry as a secondary heir, was surprisingly supportive. It's a smart political move, he told Harry as they played chess one evening. The Black name still carries weight, and having that protection can only help you. You're not upset that he's making me an heir? Harry asked, capturing one of Sirius's knights. Sirius shrugged. Why would I be? You're my godson and the grandson of a Black. Besides, he added with a wry smile, it's not like the old man is bypassing me for the lordship. I'm still the primary heir, Merlin help me. Harry studied his godfather's expression. You don't want to be Lord Black. Not particularly, Sirius admitted. I spent my youth rebelling against everything the Black family stood for, their pure-blood mania, their dark arts obsession, their political manipulation. Taking up the lordship feels like a betrayal of that rebellion. But you could change what the Black family stands for, Harry suggested. Make it represent your values instead. Sirius looked thoughtful. Maybe. That's what James always said I should do, reform from within rather than just reject everything. A shadow crossed his face. I should have listened to him about a lot of things. Harry reached out and touched his godfather's hand. He would be proud of you now. A genuine smile broke across Sirius's face. Thanks, pup. And checkmate, by the way. Harry looked down at the board in surprise to find his king surrounded. How did you? You're getting better, Sirius laughed, but you still telegraph your strategy 3 moves ahead. Your father did the same thing. These moments with Sirius, learning about his parents, developing a real familial bond, had become precious to Harry. They offered glimpses of what a normal wizarding childhood might have been like, free from political machinations and the burden of his unusual abilities. But the political world wouldn't wait. The day before the solstice session, Harry received an unexpected letter delivered by a sleek eagle owl he didn't recognize. To Hadrian Peveril, or whatever your real name is, I find myself curious about your unique abilities and your connection to Lord Black. My father's political neutrality allows me certain freedoms in correspondence that others might not enjoy. If you wish to discuss mental arts or other matters of mutual interest, you may reply via this owl. It will find me regardless of address. Regards, Daphne Greengrass. Harry stared at the letter, unsure how to respond. On one hand, Daphne represented a potential security risk. She knew about his legilimency and suspected his false identity. On the other hand, her natural acclimacy and political acumen could make her a valuable ally. After careful consideration, he wrote a measured response. Miss Greengrass, your observation skills are as impressive as your mental shields. I would indeed be interested in a discussion, though prudence suggests a neutral location with appropriate privacy. Perhaps we might arrange something after the new year. Until then, H.P. He deliberately signed with his initials, neither confirming nor denying his identity, but offering a hint she would likely understand. The eagle owl accepted the letter and departed immediately, leaving Harry to wonder if he'd made the right choice in responding at all. The next day dawned clear and cold. Harry dressed with care in formal robes bearing subtle elements of both Potter and Black family styling, a symbolic representation of his dual heritage that few would recognize but which held magical significance for the ceremony to come. Nervous? Sirius asked as they prepared to depart for the ministry. A little, Harry admitted. Sirius would be attending the Wizengamot session for the first time since his release, though he would not participate in the heir ceremony itself. You'll do fine, Sirius assured him. The ritual is mostly symbolic. Just repeat the phrases grandfather taught you and let the magic do the rest. They traveled to the ministry by secure flow, arriving in a private antechamber where Lord Black waited for them. The elderly wizard nodded approvingly at Harry's appearance. The session begins in 30 minutes, he informed them. Mr. Potter and I will proceed to the ancestral chamber at the appointed time. Sirius, you will join the open session in the main chamber. Sirius nodded, adjusting his formal robes with obvious discomfort. Looking forward to seeing the expressions when I take the Black family seat for the first time. Remember your briefing, Lord Black said sharply. Observe, do not engage. This is merely your formal introduction to the chamber as heir apparent. Sirius rolled his eyes but nodded. Yes, grandfather. Watch, don't speak. I can manage that. See that you do. Lord Black turned to Harry. Are you prepared for the ritual? Yes, sir. Harry had memorized the ceremonial phrases and studied the magical theory behind the heir recognition ritual. I understand what's required. Good. Dumbledore will attempt to dissuade me before the ceremony. He may approach you as well. Say nothing beyond the ritual responses." When the time came, Harry followed Lord Black through a series of increasingly ancient corridors deep beneath the main Wizengamot chambers. The stonework grew older with each turn, finally giving way to rough-hewn walls carved with runes and magical symbols. They arrived at a circular chamber lit by eternal flames in iron brackets. At the center stood a stone pedestal bearing a silver bowl filled with what appeared to be liquid starlight. Albus Dumbledore waited beside it, resplendent in formal Wizengamot robes, his expression grave. "Arcturus," Dumbledore greeted Lord Black. "I must once again urge you to reconsider this course of action. Harry is still protected by his mother's sacrifice through the Blood Wards. Bringing him into Black family magic could interfere with those protections." "Your concerns are noted, Chief Warlock," Lord Black replied formally. "And irrelevant to these proceedings. You are here to witness, not to advise." Dumbledore sighed, then turned to Harry with a gentle smile. "Harry, my boy. We meet again at last. I've been following your progress with great interest." "Chief Warlock," Harry replied with a formal bow, avoiding direct eye contact. He had practiced extensively with Lord Black to shield his thoughts from Dumbledore's legilimency. The goblin representative arrives, Lord Black observed as a severe-looking goblin entered the chamber carrying an ancient ledger. "Blood Fong, representing the inheritance division of Gringotts," the goblin announced. "I am here to witness and record the heir recognition ritual for the ancient and most noble House of Black." "Then let us begin," Lord Black declared. The ritual itself was both simpler and more profound than Harry had expected. Lord Black pricked his palm with a ceremonial silver dagger, allowing 7 drops of blood to fall into the shimmering bowl. As the blood touched the liquid, it spread in swirling patterns, forming the Black family crest. "Blood of my blood, magic of my line," Lord Black intoned. "I, Arcturus Sirius Black, Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black, recognize Harry James Potter as heir secundus, bound by blood through Doria Black Potter, to receive the protection and privilege of our house, second only to the heir primus, Sirius Orion Black." Harry stepped forward as rehearsed and extended his hand over the bowl. Lord Black made a small cut on his palm, and Harry watched as his own blood dripped down to mingle with Lord Black's in the shimmering liquid. "I, Harry James Potter, accept the honor of heir secundus to the ancient and most noble House of Black," he recited. "I pledge to uphold the dignity of the house and to fulfill my obligations to its legacy." The liquid in the bowl began to glow more intensely, rising into a spinning column that enveloped Harry in silvery light. He felt a strange sensation, as if ancient magic was examining him, judging his worthiness. For a moment, he feared rejection, but then warmth spread through his body as the magic accepted him. The column of light collapsed back into the bowl, leaving behind a small silver ring bearing the Black family crest. Lord Black picked it up and presented it to Harry. "The heir's ring. Wear it with honor." Harry slipped the ring onto his right hand, where it resized itself to fit perfectly. He felt a subtle connection form, not overwhelming, but a definite sense of belonging to something ancient and powerful. "It is done," Blood Fong declared, making a notation in the ledger. "Gringotts acknowledges Harry James Potter as heir secundus to the House of Black, with all attendant rights and responsibilities." Dumbledore watched the proceedings with a carefully neutral expression, though Harry could sense his displeasure. "As Chief Warlock, I witness and confirm this recognition," he said formally. "May I be the first to congratulate you, Harry." "Thank you, Chief Warlock," Harry replied, maintaining his formal demeanor. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Dumbledore made one final attempt. "Arcturus, a moment of your time regarding another matter." "After the session, perhaps," Lord Black replied dismissively. "We must join the main chamber." The 3 of them returned to the upper levels of the ministry in silence, parting ways at the entrance to the Wizengamot chamber. Dumbledore proceeded to the Chief Warlock's position, while Harry and Lord Black joined Sirius in the Black family box. The winter solstice session proceeded with the usual ceremonial formalities, budgetary discussions, and minor legislative matters. Harry observed the political dynamics with keen interest, noting which members aligned with others and which remained independent. Near the end of the session, Lord Black rose to address the chamber. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, he began in a voice that carried surprising strength for his age. As is customary at the solstice session, I wish to formally introduce the heirs of the ancient and most noble House of Black. A murmur of interest swept through the chamber. This was a departure from the standard announcements. As you are aware, my grandson, Sirius Orion Black, has reclaimed his rightful place as heir primus following his exoneration. Lord Black gestured to Sirius, who stood and gave a formal bow to the chamber. Additionally, Lord Black continued, I have today recognized a secundus heir through the bloodline of my cousin Doria Black Potter. This recognition has been witnessed by the chief warlock and recorded by Gringotts in accordance with ancient law. The murmuring grew louder. Everyone knew who Doria Potter's grandson was, even without Lord Black naming Harry directly. The House of Black stands firm in its commitment to justice and proper governance, Lord Black concluded. We look forward to contributing to the prosperity and stability of Wizarding Britain for generations to come. With that, he sat down. The political message was clear to everyone in the chamber. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, now stood under the protection of the House of Black, creating a power block that would significantly influence wizarding politics for years to come. Lucius Malfoy's face was a carefully composed mask, but Harry could see the tension in his jaw. Dumbledore watched from the chief warlock's seat with a thoughtful expression. And throughout the chamber, members whispered to each other, already calculating how this development would affect existing alliances. Well played, Sirius murmured to his grandfather. You've put them all on notice without ever mentioning Harry by name. Lord Black inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. The first phase is complete. Now we prepare for the reactions. Harry remained silent, feeling the weight of his new position. The heir ring felt warm on his finger, a constant reminder of the political world he had entered. For better or worse, he was now publicly aligned with the Black family legacy. As the session concluded and the members began to disperse, Harry noticed Sebastian Knott and Lucius Malfoy conferring urgently in a corner. On the other side of the chamber, Augusta Longbottom was engaged in intense conversation with Amelia Bones. And in the visitors' gallery, a familiar blonde girl watched the proceedings with unusual intensity for someone her age. Daphne Greengrass caught his eye and gave him the slightest of nods, acknowledgement from one political chess player to another. The game was evolving, and Harry was no longer a pawn. He was becoming a player in his own right. The new year brought dramatic changes. Now publicly recognized as a Black heir, though the specific identity of the secundus heir remained officially unconfirmed, Harry found his political education accelerating. Lord Black insisted on weekly strategy sessions, and Sirius, to Harry's surprise, often participated. If I'm going to be Lord Black someday, I might as well understand what I'm getting into, Sirius explained with a wry smile. Besides, someone needs to counterbalance grandfather's more traditional perspectives. The dynamic between the three of them was fascinating to Harry. Lord Black remained formal and calculating, viewing every development through a political lens. Sirius brought a more progressive viewpoint, challenging traditions he considered outdated. And Harry found himself in the middle, absorbing both perspectives and forming his own. In February, Harry finally met with Daphne Greengrass. With Lord Black's reluctant approval and Sirius's bemused consent, he thought Harry had a cute little crush. They arranged to meet at a small wizarding cafe in Diagon Alley, accompanied by their respective chaperones, Sirius for Harry and Daphne's mother for her. While the adults sat at a nearby table, ostensibly giving the children privacy while maintaining proper supervision, Harry and Daphne engaged in the strangest conversation of his young life. So, Daphne began without preamble, "You're Harry Potter." "I thought as much after the solstice session." Harry nodded, seeing no point in denial. "And you're a natural occlumens who can detect legilimency attempts." "That's right." She studied him over her teacup. How long have you been able to read minds? Since I was 4, Harry admitted. You're the only person I've ever met whose mind I can't read at all. A smile tugged at her lips. Good. Having someone able to browse through my thoughts would be most inconvenient. Is that why you wanted to meet? To confirm I can't read your mind? Partly, she acknowledged. But also because you're the most interesting person I've met in our age group. Most children are so predictable. Harry laughed softly. I was thinking the same about you. For the next hour, they discussed their unusual abilities, their political education, and their observations about wizarding society. Harry was careful to avoid revealing his specific connection to Lord Black or the extent of his political activities, but he found himself speaking more openly with Daphne than he had with anyone his own age. You realize we're being groomed as political players, Daphne observed, glancing at their attentive chaperones. Your Lord Black sees you as a powerful piece on the board. My father views me the same way. Does that bother you? Harry asked. She considered the question seriously. Not really. Politics is a form of power, and power determines who shapes the world. I'd rather be a player than a piece moved by others. She fixed him with her penetrating blue gaze. What about you? Harry thought about Lord Black's tutelage, the complex schemes, the manipulation of others through their secrets and weaknesses. Sometimes, he admitted. I wonder if there's more to life than political maneuvering. Of course there is, Daphne said matter-of-factly. But power gives you the freedom to explore that more on your own terms. She lowered her voice. My mother says a woman in the wizarding world needs twice the political skill of a man to achieve the same influence. I intend to be skilled enough to write my own story. Harry nodded, understanding her perspective. Maybe that's what I want too. Not just to be Lord Black's political heir or the boy who lived, but to define my own path. Then we have something in common. Daphne smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her usually composed features. Perhaps we could help each other. What did you have in mind? An alliance of sorts. We share information, observations. Not our family's secrets, she clarified, but our own insights. Between your legilimency and my political connections through father's neutrality, we could have a more complete picture than either of us alone. It was a tempting proposition. Would your father approve of such an arrangement? He doesn't need to know the specifics, Daphne replied with a hint of mischief. Besides, forming independent connections is part of political education, isn't it? Harry considered the potential benefits and risks. Lord Black would be suspicious of any arrangement with the Greengrasses, but having a peer ally with Daphne's unique capabilities could prove invaluable. All right, he decided. An alliance between us. Independent of our family's politics. They shook hands solemnly, an 8-year-old boy and girl making a pact that would shape their futures in ways neither could fully anticipate. As winter gave way to spring, Harry's life settled into a new routine. Weekdays were spent at Grimmauld Place with tutors and occasional outings with Sirius. Weekends often involved political education with Lord Black. And once a month, he met with Daphne at various locations around Diagon Alley, building a friendship unlike any other in his young life. Through these meetings, Harry gained valuable insights into how neutral families viewed the growing tension between various Wizengamot factions. Daphne, in turn, benefited from Harry's unique perspectives on the motivations driving key political figures. Dumbledore is making moves in the International Confederation, Daphne reported during their April meeting. Father says he's been strengthening alliances with European magical governments. Preparing for something, Harry mused. The question is what? Their discussions often turn to Hogwarts and the house system. Everyone expects me to be in Slytherin, Daphne said with a slight frown. It's practically a Greengrass tradition. Is that where you want to be? She shrugged. It makes political sense. Most of the connections I'll need to cultivate will be there. What about you? Harry had given this considerable thought. Ravenclaw might be best for me. Neutral territory between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Clever, Daphne approved. You maintain flexibility while avoiding the expectations that would come with either your parents' house or the traditional black alignment. In May, an unexpected crisis emerged. Lord Black, now 89, fell seriously ill with a magical malady that affected elderly wizards. For 3 weeks, specialists from St. Mungo's attended him at Black Manor, while Harry and Sirius waited anxiously for news. I should visit him, Harry insisted as the situation worsened. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, a habit when he was stressed. Grandfather specified no visitors except immediate family. The healers are concerned about magical contamination. But I'm his heir, Harry protested. Secundus heir, Sirius corrected gently. I'm sorry, pup. I know you've grown close to him in your own way, but there are protocols even I can't override. Frustrated, Harry retreated to his room at Grimmauld Place. Despite the manipulations and calculated politics, he had developed genuine respect for Lord Black. The elderly wizard had rescued him from ignorance and neglect, given him knowledge and purpose, and in his austere way, provided guidance when Harry needed it most. The thought of losing him was unexpectedly painful. Harry pulled out the enchanted journal Lord Black had given him years ago, hoping it might still work despite the old wizard's condition. Lord Black, he wrote, I understand you cannot receive visitors. I want you to know that I am continuing my studies and practicing the skills you've taught me. I hope for your swift recovery. He waited, not really expecting a response. To his surprise, words slowly formed on the page in a shaky version of Lord Black's elegant script. Mr. Potter, your message is well received. My condition is grave but not yet terminal. In the event of my passing, certain arrangements have been made for the continuation of your education. You have progressed admirably from the neglected child I first encountered. Remember that power, whether magical, political, or intellectual, is merely a tool. Its value lies in its application. Toujours per, not in blood, but in purpose. A.B. Harry read the message several times, struck by the uncharacteristic philosophical tone. It sounded almost like a farewell. 3 days later, the Daily Prophet's front page carried the solemn announcement, Lord Arcturus Black, Patriarch of Noble House, passes at 89. Wizarding Britain mourns the loss of one of its most influential traditional leaders as Lord Arcturus Sirius Black, Patriarch of the ancient and most noble House of Black, passed away peacefully yesterday evening at his ancestral home. Lord Black, who had largely withdrawn from public life in recent years, made a notable return to political influence last year during the exoneration of his grandson, Sirius Black. His final public act was the recognition of a Secundus heir at the winter solstice Wizengamot session. Sirius Black, now Lord Black, released a brief statement. My grandfather served our family and wizarding society with unwavering dedication. While we had our differences, his commitment to our family's legacy never faltered. He will be laid to rest in the Black family mausoleum in a private ceremony. The Wizengamot will observe traditional mourning protocols at its next session. The funeral was indeed private, only Sirius, Harry, Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, Andromeda Tonks, née Black, and a few distant relatives attended. Lucius Malfoy was conspicuously absent, having been explicitly excluded by the terms of Lord Black's will. That will prove to be Lord Arcturus Black's final political masterstroke. 3 days after the funeral, Harry and Sirius attended its formal reading at Gringotts. They were joined by various Black family members and connections, all curious about the distribution of the considerable Black fortune and properties. Blood Fong, the same goblin who had witnessed Harry's heir recognition, conducted the reading with typical goblin efficiency. The bulk of the estate passed to Sirius as the new Lord Black, with specific properties designated for Andromeda Tonks, formally reinstated to the family, and her daughter Nymphadora. But it was the final provisions that caused a stir. To my Secundus heir, Harry James Potter, I bequeath the following. First, my personal library of political texts, journals, and correspondences, to continue his education in the art of governance. Second, the sum of 1 million galleons, to be held in trust until his majority, with annual disbursements of 10,000 galleons for educational and personal expenses. Third, and most significantly, I grant him proxy control of the Black seat on the Wizengamot until such time as Lord Sirius Black chooses to claim it personally, with the stipulation that Lord Black may not appoint any other proxy without Mr. Potter's consent. It is my assessment that Mr. Potter possesses the judgment, knowledge, and capability to represent House Black's interests effectively, despite his youth. I have arranged for special dispensation from the Wizengamot Charter Office to accommodate this unusual arrangement. Let it be known that this bequest represents my complete confidence in Mr. Potter's political acumen and my belief that the future of Wizarding Britain will be shaped by his hand. Shocked silence followed this pronouncement. Harry himself could hardly believe what he'd heard. Proxy control of the Black Wizengamot seat? At age 8? It was unprecedented. Narcissa Malfoy's face had gone pale with anger. "This is outrageous," she declared, rising to her feet. "A child cannot possibly hold proxy for an ancient and noble house. The Wizengamot will never allow it." Blood Fong looked unimpressed by her outburst. As stated in the will, Lord Black secured the necessary exemptions before his death. The Charter Office has already approved the arrangement, pending Lord Black's confirmation. He turned to Sirius. "Do you confirm this proxy appointment, Lord Black?" All eyes turned to Sirius, whose expression was unreadable. Harry held his breath. Would his godfather support this extraordinary arrangement? Sirius met Harry's gaze, then turned to address the room. "My grandfather was many things, not all of them pleasant, but he was never a fool. If he believed Harry capable of this responsibility, then I trust his judgment." He nodded formally to Blood Fong. "I confirm the proxy appointment." Narcissa made a sound of disgust and stormed out, presumably to inform Lucius of this development. The remaining family members buzzed with shocked conversation. "Well, pup," Sirius said quietly to Harry as they left the bank afterward, "it seems you've just become the youngest Wizengamot member in history, even if it is by proxy. Are you really okay with this?" Harry asked uncertainly. Sirius shrugged. "Politics bores me to tears. You've shown more interest and aptitude for it than I ever did. Besides," he added with a grin, "imagine Lucius Malfoy's face when you take the Black seat at the next session." Harry couldn't help but smile at that image. Yet as they returned to Grimmauld Place, the enormity of what had happened settled over him. Lord Black had positioned him to become a direct political player at an age when most children were still mastering basic spellwork. It was an extraordinary opportunity, and an enormous responsibility. That evening, Harry sat in his room contemplating the black heir ring on his finger and the future that now stretched before him. Lord Black was gone, but his final gift had been to place Harry directly on the political chessboard, no longer just a piece being moved by others, but a player in his own right. With Sirius's support, Daphne's friendship, and his own unique abilities, Harry Potter was poised to reshape the wizarding world. And he was only 8 years old. Chapter 3, The Crown and the Prophecy. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual 1st of September chaos. Families crowded together, saying tearful goodbyes. Students called out to friends they hadn't seen all summer. Owls hooted indignantly from their cages as trunks scraped across the platform. But the small group standing slightly apart from the main crush drew curious glances and hushed whispers. Sirius Black, now Lord Black, cut an impressive figure in tailored charcoal robes that managed to be both fashionable and dignified. Beside him stood Harry Potter, no longer the skinny, neglected boy from Privet Drive, but a composed young man with thoughtful green eyes and an air of quiet confidence. "Ready for this, pup?" Sirius asked, his hand resting on Harry's shoulder. "As ready as I'll ever be," Harry replied, watching the scarlet engine billow steam. At 11 years old, he was about to navigate the complex social world of Hogwarts while simultaneously managing his unprecedented role as proxy holder for the Black seat on the Wizengamot. "Remember, education comes first," Sirius said, his voice taking on the serious tone he reserved for important matters. "Grandfather's political machinations aside, you're going to Hogwarts to learn magic and make friends. The Wizengamot can wait for holidays and emergency sessions. Harry nodded, appreciating his godfather's perspective. In the 3 years since Lord Arcturus Black's death, Sirius had grown into his role as head of the family with surprising aptitude, balancing his naturally rebellious nature with the responsibilities of his position. And he had become the father figure Harry had always craved, supportive, protective, and determined to give Harry as normal a childhood as possible despite his unusual circumstances. "I'll focus on being a student first," Harry promised. "Though I doubt Professor Dumbledore will make that easy." Sirius's expression tightened slightly. Since becoming Harry's guardian, his relationship with Dumbledore had been strained. The headmaster had never openly challenged Sirius's custody, but his disapproval of the arrangement had been evident. "Albus will be watching you carefully," Sirius agreed. "He still believes you belong with those muggles for your protection. Be respectful but cautious." "I always am." Harry's hand drifted unconsciously to the silver ring he wore on a chain beneath his robes, the black air ring, now charmed to be visible only to blood relatives for privacy at school. The train whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. "You'd better board," Sirius said. "Got everything? Trunk? Hedwig?" "All set," Harry confirmed, gesturing to his trunk and the snowy owl's cage beside him. Hedwig had been Sirius's gift for his 10th birthday, a companion who could carry messages between them while Harry was at school. Sirius pulled him into a tight embrace. "Write to me tonight after the sorting. And remember what we discussed about the houses." "Any house is fine as long as I'm happy there," Harry recited with a smile. It was a conversation they'd had several times over the summer. "Exactly. Your parents would be proud of you regardless of which color tie you wear." Sirius released him with obvious reluctance. "Now go find a compartment before they're all full." Harry nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of the moment. Despite years of political training and his remarkable mental abilities, he was still an 11-year-old boy heading off to boarding school for the first time. "I'll miss you," he admitted quietly. Sirius's expression softened. "I'll miss you too, pup. But Christmas isn't that far away. And if you need me before then, I'm just a fluke call away." With a final wave, Harry boarded the train, pulling his trunk behind him. He made his way down the corridor, passing compartments already filled with chattering students. Near the middle of the train, he found one occupied by a single familiar figure. "May I join you?" he asked, sliding open the door. Daphne Greengrass looked up from her book, her composed expression warming slightly at the sight of him. "I was wondering when you'd arrive." Their friendship had deepened over the past 3 years, evolving from a cautious political alliance into something more genuine. Though still formal by most children's standards, they had developed a comfortable rapport based on mutual respect and shared interests. Harry stowed his trunk in Hedwig's cage, then settled into the seat across from her. "Busy platform this year." The Weasley contingent alone takes up half the space." She marked her place in her book, a volume on advanced magical theory that most first years wouldn't attempt. "Nervous about the sorting?" "Curious more than nervous," Harry admitted. "I've been preparing for this for years, but there's still something mysterious about the actual process." Daphne nodded. "Father wouldn't tell me exactly how it works. Says it's tradition for it to be a surprise." The compartment door slid open, interrupting their conversation. A round-faced boy with anxious eyes peered in. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad? Mine's gone missing." "No toads here," Daphne replied coolly. "Perhaps try the prefects. They might know a summoning charm." "Oh, good idea. Thanks." The boy withdrew, looking slightly intimidated. "Neville Longbottom," Daphne observed once he'd gone. "Augusta's grandson. The one whose parents were." She trailed off, but Harry nodded, understanding the reference. Frank and Alice Longbottom had been tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after Voldemort's fall. Augusta Longbottom, now raising her grandson alone, remained a formidable presence in the Wizengamot. He could be a valuable ally, Harry mused. The Longbottoms are well respected, and Augusta has been supportive of our progressive measures. Always the politician, Daphne said with a hint of amusement. Though I suppose I'm not one to talk. Their conversation turned to more immediate concerns, class expectations, professors' reputations, and the complex social landscape they were about to enter. Both had been preparing for Hogwarts in their own ways, gathering information from family connections and older students. As the countryside rolled by, their compartment door slid open again, this time revealing a bushy-haired girl already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville has lost one. We've already directed him to the prefects, Daphne replied. The girl didn't leave immediately, her gaze traveling curiously between them. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are? Daphne Greengrass. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes widened. Are you really? I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry sighed inwardly. This was exactly the sort of recognition he'd been hoping to avoid, at least initially. Most of what's written isn't particularly accurate, he said diplomatically. Oh. Hermione looked intrigued rather than offended. That's fascinating. Historical accounts are often flawed without primary sources. I should have considered that. She glanced at the book in Daphne's lap. Is that Marshfield's Theoretical Foundations? That's not on our first-year reading list. Daphne raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Hermione's recognition of the advanced text. You're familiar with Marshfield? I've read the introduction. It seemed important to understand magical theory beyond just spell mechanics. Hermione hesitated, then added, I'm Muggleborn, you see. I've been trying to learn everything I can about the wizarding world. Harry and Daphne exchanged a glance. This girl was clearly intelligent and motivated, an unusual combination in their experience with other children their age. You might try Waffling's magical theory first, Harry suggested. It provides better context for Marshfield's more advanced concepts. Hermione's face lit up. Thank you. I'll look for it in the library as soon as we arrive. She seemed about to say more when a voice called from down the corridor. Granger. I found some prefects to help. It was Neville Longbottom again. I'd better go, she said. Perhaps I'll see you both at the sorting. After she left, Daphne gave Harry a thoughtful look. Interesting. A Muggleborn with actual intellectual curiosity. As opposed to? Harry asked, though he knew exactly what she meant. As opposed to the typical wide-eyed wonder or defensive overcompensation. Daphne reopened her book. She'll be in Ravenclaw, I expect. Probably, Harry agreed. Along with me, if things go according to plan. Daphne's expression revealed nothing, but Harry had learned to read the subtle tells in her voice. You're still set on Ravenclaw, then? It makes the most sense politically, he explained, though they'd discussed this before. Slytherin would alienate the progressive faction, while Gryffindor would alienate the traditionalists. Ravenclaw offers neutral ground. Very logical. Her tone was perfectly even. Though the Sorting Hat may have its own ideas. Before Harry could respond, the compartment door opened yet again, this time to reveal the pointed face of Draco Malfoy, flanked by two larger boys who seemed to function as bodyguards. Potter, Draco said, his tone somewhere between greeting and challenge. Thought I might find you here. Father said you'd be starting Hogwarts this year. Malfoy, Harry nodded politely. Though their families were politically opposed, Harry had maintained cordial relations with Draco during the few social events where they'd crossed paths. Looking forward to the term? Of course. I'll be in Slytherin, naturally. Draco's gaze shifted to Daphne. Greengrass. Malfoy, she replied with the same cool courtesy. I see you've brought Crabbe and Goyle along. How reassuring for you. Draco's cheeks colored slightly at the implied insult. Just wanted to see who's who on the train. His attention returned to Harry. You should be careful about who you associate with, Potter. Some families are better than others. I could help you there. Harry recognized the clumsy attempt at alliance building. Lucius Malfoy had clearly instructed his son to establish a connection, probably hoping to gain influence over the Black proxy vote through his child. I appreciate the offer, Harry said diplomatically, but I prefer to judge people individually rather than by family name. Draco looked uncertain how to respond to this polite rebuff. After a moment of awkward silence, he gave a stiff nod. Well, if you change your mind. Come on, he said to his companions, and they retreated from the compartment. That went better than expected, Daphne observed once they were alone again. I thought he'd be more confrontational. He's following his father's instructions, Harry explained. Lucius wants to build bridges after 3 years of political opposition. Having Draco befriend me would give him a potential channel of influence. Crude but potentially effective. Daphne set her book aside. You should expect more of the same from other Wizengamot families. Everyone will be positioning their children to gain your favor. Harry nodded, already anticipating the complex social navigation ahead. And you? He asked with a small smile. Are you positioning yourself as well? Daphne actually laughed, a rare, genuine sound. I positioned myself 3 years ago, as you well know. Long before most of them realized you were worth the effort. Her candor was refreshing. True. You saw potential in me when I was just a mysterious Legilimens masquerading as a Peverell. I saw an equal, she corrected him, suddenly serious. That's rarer than you might think. The train continued its journey north, and their conversation shifted to lighter topics. As darkness fell and the mountains grew steeper outside their window, both changed into their Hogwarts robes, preparing for arrival. When the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt a curious mixture of anticipation and apprehension. He had spent years learning about Hogwarts, its history, its politics, its significance in wizarding culture. Now he was finally here, about to walk the same halls his parents had traversed, about to be sorted into a house that would partly define his identity for the next 7 years. First years. First years over here, called a booming voice as they stepped onto the platform. A giant of a man with a wild beard was gathering the smallest students. Harry recognized him from descriptions as Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds. That's our cue, Harry said to Daphne. They joined the group of nervous-looking first-years following Hagrid down a steep, narrow path toward the edge of a great black lake. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of small boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Daphne climbed into one, joined moments later by Hermione Granger and, to Harry's surprise, Neville Longbottom, who clutched a toad tightly in his hands. Found him in the prefect's carriage, Neville explained sheepishly when he noticed Harry looking. I'm Neville, by the way. Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, Harry replied, offering his hand. And this is Daphne Greengrass. Neville's eyes widened slightly, but to his credit, he didn't gawk or comment on Harry's fame. Instead, he shook Harry's hand with a nervous smile. Nice to meet you both. The boats glided smoothly across the lake, revealing Hogwarts Castle bit by bit as they rounded a bend. The sight was genuinely breathtaking, towers and turrets silhouetted against the starry sky, windows blazing with golden light. Even Daphne, normally so composed, couldn't hide her wonder. It's magnificent, she whispered. Harry nodded, momentarily speechless. For all his preparation, all his political training, this moment felt pure and untainted by agenda. He was simply a young wizard seeing Hogwarts for the first time, feeling the same awe that generations of students had experienced before him. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, where they clambered out onto a pebble-strewn shore. Hagrid led them up a passageway and a flight of stone steps, coming to a halt before enormous oak doors. A tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes awaited them. Her stern expression surveyed the group with sharp eyes that missed nothing. "The First Years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them into an entrance hall of staggering proportions, then into a small antechamber off the main hall, where she explained the house system and the imminent sorting ceremony. As she left them to prepare, the chamber erupted with nervous whispers. "How do you think they sort us?" Neville asked anxiously. "Gran wouldn't tell me. Said it was tradition to be surprised." Before Harry could respond, a cold sensation passed through him, drawing gasps from several students. Several ghosts had just floated through the wall, pearly white and slightly transparent, deep in conversation. "Forgive and forget, I say," a fat monk was saying. "We ought to give him a second chance, my dear friar. Haven't we given Peeves all the chances he deserves?" replied a ghost with a ruff around his neck. "He gives us all a bad name and, I say, what are you all doing here?" "New students," said the friar, smiling. "About to be sorted, I suppose." A few people nodded mutely. "Hope to see you in Hufflepuff," said the friar. "My old house, you know." The ghosts drifted away through the opposite wall just as Professor McGonagall returned. "Form a line," she instructed, "and follow me." They walked through double doors into the great hall, and Harry couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer magical grandeur. Thousands of candles floated in midair above 4 long tables, where the rest of the students sat. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led them up to stand before the high table, facing the students. Harry was conscious of hundreds of eyes watching them. To avoid the staring, he looked upward and saw a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars, the famous enchantment that mirrored the sky outside. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before them. On top of it, she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The song explained the 4 houses and their values, ending with an assurance that the hat would find where each student truly belonged. When it finished, the hall burst into applause. "So we just try on the hat?" Ron Weasley whispered loudly from somewhere behind Harry. "I'll kill Fred. He was going on about wrestling a troll." Harry exchanged an amused glance with Daphne. The simplicity of the sorting was almost anticlimactic after years of speculation. Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down with the Hufflepuffs. "Bones, Susan." "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat again, and Susan scurried off to sit next to Hannah. "Boot, Terry." "Ravenclaw." The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. The sorting continued alphabetically. Harry noted with interest that Hermione Granger was indeed placed in Ravenclaw after nearly a minute under the hat. Daphne's turn came shortly after. "Greengrass, Daphne." She walked forward with perfect poise, sat gracefully on the stool, and allowed Professor McGonagall to place the hat on her head. There was barely a moment's pause before, Slytherin. Daphne removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall with a polite, "Thank you, Professor," and made her way to the Slytherin table, where she was greeted with dignified applause. Harry wasn't surprised by the placement, though he felt a twinge of something like disappointment. Their friendship would be more complicated with house rivalries in play. As Malfoy, Draco, was sorted into Slytherin, the hat barely touching his head, Harry's thoughts turned to his own imminent sorting. He had prepared arguments for Ravenclaw, but he knew the hat made its own decisions based on qualities within the student. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." As he stepped forward, whispers broke out across the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" Harry sat on the stool and felt the hat drop over his eyes, blocking out the sight of the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. A powerful mind, too. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, but where to put you?" Harry gripped the edges of the stool and thought clearly. "Ravenclaw would be most suitable for my goals." "Ravenclaw, said the small voice. "You certainly have the intellect for it. But is that where you truly belong? You've got political ambition that would serve you well in Slytherin. And your parents were both fine Gryffindors, you've got their bravery, no doubt. Ravenclaw offers neutrality in a divided political landscape," Harry argued mentally. "I need to build bridges, not choose sides." The hat chuckled in his mind. "Already thinking like a politician. But I see more than your political calculations, young Potter. I see your heart as well." There was a pause. "You've had unusual training for one so young. Natural legilimency, carefully honed, yes, I see Lord Black's influence clearly." Harry felt a moment of panic. Would the hat announce his abilities to the hall? "Your secret is safe with me," the hat assured him. "I've kept the secrets of generations of students. But I sort based on who you truly are, not who you pretend to be. And you, Harry Potter, are many things, brave like a Gryffindor, cunning like a Slytherin, loyal like a Hufflepuff. But my mind is my greatest asset," Harry insisted. "True enough," the hat conceded. "And perhaps Rowena's house would nurture that best. You've convinced me, though I wonder if you've convinced yourself." "Very well, Ravenclaw." The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry removed it with relief and walked toward the cheering Ravenclaw table. He was conscious of being the first Potter in generations not sorted into Gryffindor, but the strategic advantages outweighed tradition. As he sat down beside Terry Boot, he caught Daphne's eye across the hall. She gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement. Their paths would diverge somewhat now, but their alliance remained intact. From the high table, Albus Dumbledore watched him with undisguised interest. Harry carefully avoided direct eye contact, mindful of the headmaster's reputed legilimency skills. Their first direct confrontation would come soon enough, but Harry preferred to choose the timing. The sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaise, joining Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away as Albus Dumbledore got to his feet. The headmaster beamed at the students, arms opened wide. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down as food appeared on the golden plates before them. "Is he, a bit mad?" asked a first-year girl next to Harry. "Brilliant but eccentric," replied an older student with a prefect badge. "Widely considered the greatest wizard of our time. I'm Robert Hilliard, by the way, fifth-year prefect. Welcome to Ravenclaw, Potter." "Thank you," Harry said politely, serving himself roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. "What can you tell me about our head of house?" "Professor Flitwick. He's brilliant, charms master and former dueling champion. Fair but demanding. Expects intellectual curiosity from all Ravenclaws." Hilliard pointed toward the high table where a tiny wizard sat on a pile of cushions. Harry nodded, filing away this information. The feast continued with introductions among the first years and explanations of Ravenclaw traditions from the older students. Harry participated enough to seem engaged while carefully observing the dynamics around him. At the Slytherin table, Daphne appeared to be doing much the same, speaking just enough to establish herself while evaluating her housemates. Their eyes met briefly across the hall, and Harry felt a renewed appreciation for their parallel positions. Both were navigating complex political waters while balancing their genuine academic interests. After dessert, Dumbledore rose again to make announcements, warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor, introduction of a new defense against the dark arts professor named Quirrell, and other start-of-term notices. Finally, the students were dismissed to their dormitories. The Ravenclaw first-years followed Hilliard up the marble staircase, through corridors lined with talking portraits, and up to a spiral staircase in a tower on the west side of the castle. At the top of the staircase, they faced a door with a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. To Harry's surprise, the knocker came to life and spoke, "What has roots nobody sees, is taller than trees, up, up it goes, and yet never grows." Hilliard turned to the first-years. Unlike other houses that use passwords, Ravenclaw Tower is protected by a riddle. If you answer correctly, you're admitted. If not, you wait until someone else comes along who can answer it. It ensures Ravenclaws learn. The new students looked at each other uncertainly. "Anyone want to try?" Hilliard asked. After a moment, Harry stepped forward. "A mountain." The knocker replied, well reasoned, and the door swung open. The Ravenclaw common room was a wide, circular room with graceful arched windows set into the walls, hung with blue and bronze silks. The ceiling was domed and painted with stars, echoing the nighttime sky visible through the windows. Tables, chairs, and bookcases were arranged throughout the room, and a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw stood beside the door leading to the dormitories. "Impressive, Potter," Hilliard noted. "That was from a Muggle book, wasn't it? The Hobbit?" Harry nodded, pleased the prefect had recognized the reference. "My godfather has an eclectic library." "Welcome to Ravenclaw Tower," Hilliard announced to all the first-years. "Boys' dormitories through the right door, girls through the left. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up." Harry followed the other first-year boys, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein, and Kevin Entwistle, through the right-hand door and up a staircase to their circular dormitory. 5 four-poster beds with midnight blue curtains were arranged around the room, each with a bedside table and a bookshelf. Their trunks sat at the foot of each bed. Harry found his space and immediately appreciated the practical design of Ravenclaw dormitories. Unlike the descriptions of Gryffindor Tower he'd heard from Sirius, each bed area had a desk and reading lamp in addition to the bookshelf, clearly recognizing Ravenclaw's scholarly tendencies. "So," Anthony Goldstein said once they'd all found their beds, "Harry Potter in Ravenclaw. That'll be in next edition of Hogwarts, a history." "Probably," Harry agreed with a self-deprecating smile. "Though I'd prefer if it wasn't." "Not one for fame, then?" Michael Corner asked, looking surprised. "Fame for something I don't remember doing as a baby?" Harry shrugged. "Not particularly useful." This seemed to impress his dorm mates more than any boasting could have. They settled into introductions and brief discussions about their backgrounds and interests before preparing for bed. As Harry lay beneath the blue hangings of his four-poster, listening to the wind whistle around the tower, he reflected on the day's events. His sorting had gone according to plan, placing him in a strategically neutral position. He'd made initial connections with his housemates without drawing undue attention to himself. And he'd established his presence at Hogwarts as a serious student rather than a celebrity. For a first day, it was a promising start. But tomorrow would bring classes, professors, and inevitably, a direct encounter with Albus Dumbledore. Harry closed his eyes, employing the occlumency techniques he'd practiced for years to organize his thoughts and strengthen his mental shields before sleep. Whatever challenges Hogwarts held, he was as prepared as an 11-year-old wizard could possibly be. Harry's first week at Hogwarts established a pattern that would define much of his school experience. By day, he was an exemplary student, attentive in class, quick with answers but never showing off, building a reputation for quiet competence rather than flashy brilliance. Professor Flitwick, their head of house, had practically squeaked with excitement during the first charms roll call, but to his credit, had treated Harry like any other student thereafter. Professor McGonagall had given him thoughtful looks during Transfiguration but maintained her strict impartiality. Professor Quirrell, teaching defense against the dark arts, had an odd habit of staring at Harry when he thought no one was looking, something Harry found disconcerting but filed away for later investigation. The true test came Friday morning with double potions alongside the Slytherins. Professor Snape, according to older students, harbored a particular dislike for Gryffindors, but his treatment of Ravenclaws was generally fair if demanding. Harry entered the dungeon classroom beside Terry Boot, with whom he'd formed a friendly acquaintance. Across the room, the Slytherin first-years were already seated, Daphne among them. They'd barely spoken since the sorting, their houses' schedules keeping them largely separate. Professor Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing behind him. He began with roll call, pausing briefly at Harry's name with a strange expression that combined dislike with something more complex. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Harry maintained a neutral expression, neither challenging nor appearing intimidated. Snape finished calling names and surveyed the class with cold black eyes. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described the power of potions in dramatic terms, ending with, "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this little speech. Harry kept his eyes focused respectfully on the professor, aware that Snape was studying him with particular intensity. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry recognized the question as well beyond first-year material, a test, then. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also known as aconite." A brief silence followed these correct answers. Snape seemed to be reassessing Harry, though his expression remained inscrutable. "Correct," he said finally. "It appears someone has bothered to open a book before arriving." He glanced around the classroom. "Well, why aren't you all writing this down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, "And a point to Ravenclaw for Potter's preparation." The rest of the lesson proceeded without incident. They were set to work in pairs, brewing a simple potion to cure boils. Harry was partnered with Terry Boot, and they worked efficiently together, producing what appeared to be a perfect potion. As they corked their sample for grading, Harry noticed Daphne watching him from across the room. She gave him a slight nod of acknowledgement before returning to her own work with Tracy Davis. When the bell rang, Harry gathered his things and was heading for the door when Snape's voice stopped him. "Potter. A word." Harry turned back, gesturing for Terry to go ahead without him. When the classroom had emptied, Snape regarded him with an unreadable expression. "Your performance today was adequate," the professor said, each word precisely measured. "I am curious, however, about your preparation. Most first-years arrive woefully ignorant of even the basics." "My godfather arranged tutoring for me before Hogwarts, sir," Harry explained truthfully, if incompletely. "He felt I should have a solid foundation." "Indeed." Snape's expression tightened at the mention of Sirius. "How responsible of him." Harry maintained a respectful silence, waiting for Snape to continue or dismiss him. After a moment's consideration, Snape said, "You have your mother's eyes." This was unexpected. "You knew my mother, sir?" Harry asked carefully. "We were acquainted during our school years." A shadow passed over Snape's face. "She had a natural talent for potions. Perhaps you've inherited that, though it's too early to tell." He straightened, his expression returning to its usual severity. That will be all, Potter. Don't be late for your next class. Yes, sir. Thank you. As Harry left the dungeons, he reflected on the curious interaction. Snape clearly had a complex history with his parents, something not mentioned in any of the briefings Lord Black had provided. It was worth investigating further, but cautiously. The weekend brought another significant development. On Saturday morning, a school owl delivered a rolled parchment sealed with the Hogwarts crest. Mr. Potter, I would appreciate the opportunity to speak with you regarding your adjustment to Hogwarts and certain other matters. Please join me in my office today at 3 p.m. The password is, Fizzing Whiz-Bees. Albus Dumbledore. Headmaster Harry had been expecting this summons, though perhaps not quite so soon. He spent the morning in the Ravenclaw common room with his dorm mates, working through homework assignments and building casual friendships. After lunch, he returned to the dormitory to prepare for his meeting with Dumbledore. He reviewed his occlumency shields carefully, ensuring his surface thoughts projected only the normal concerns of a first-year student while his deeper thoughts remained protected. He also composed a brief note to Sirius, informing him of the meeting, a precaution they had agreed upon before Harry left for Hogwarts. At precisely 2:55 p.m., Harry arrived at the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. Fizzing Whiz-Bees, he said clearly, and the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like an escalator. Harry stepped onto it and was carried to a polished oak door with a brass knocker. Before he could knock, Dumbledore's voice called from within, "Enter, Harry." The circular office was fascinating, filled with curious silver instruments that emitted puffs of smoke, portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses watching with interest, and bookshelves laden with ancient tomes. A magnificent red and gold bird perched on a stand near the desk, Fawkes the Phoenix, Harry recognized from his studies. "Good afternoon, Professor," Harry greeted politely, his mental shields firmly in place. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, resplendent in purple robes scattered with silver stars. "Please, take a seat. Would you care for a lemon drop?" "No, thank you, sir." Harry sat in the offered chair, maintaining casual eye contact without looking directly into Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. "How are you finding Hogwarts so far?" the headmaster asked conversationally. "Ravenclaw seems to be suiting you well." "It's everything I hoped for, Professor," Harry replied truthfully. "The classes are fascinating, and my housemates are intellectually stimulating." Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Professor Flitwick speaks highly of your early performance. As does Professor McGonagall, though she was somewhat surprised by your sorting. Your parents were both Gryffindors, of course." "So I've heard, sir. But the hat felt Ravenclaw was where I would flourish best." "Indeed. The sorting hat has its reasons, which are often wiser than our own preferences." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "I must admit, Harry, I've been curious about your upbringing these past few years. When Sirius gained custody, I had concerns about the disruption to the protective magic your mother's sacrifice provided. And here it was, the real purpose of the meeting." Harry had prepared for this conversation extensively with both Sirius and specialized tutors. "My godfather has ensured my safety and happiness, Headmaster," Harry said carefully. "And I understand he worked with specialists to establish alternative protections at our home." "Yes, he did consult with me on those protections, eventually," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though the blood wards at your aunt's house offered a unique form of protection that cannot be fully replicated elsewhere." Harry allowed a hint of genuine emotion to color his voice. "With respect, Professor, safety isn't just about magical protection. It's also about being with people who care for you." Dumbledore's expression softened. "Of course, my boy. I never intended for your aunt and uncle to, well, suffice to say I misjudged certain aspects of that arrangement. I am pleased that you are happy with Sirius." He paused, then continued in a more serious tone, "There is another matter I wish to discuss with you, Harry. Your unusual role in wizarding politics. Harry maintained his innocent expression. Sir. It has not escaped my notice that you hold proxy for the black seat in the Wizengamot, a most unusual arrangement for one so young. Dumbledore's tone remained gentle, but his eyes had lost their twinkle. I wonder if you fully understand the burden this places upon you. I take the responsibility very seriously, Headmaster, Harry said carefully. Lord Black believed I was capable, and Sirius has supported the arrangement. I consult with legal and political advisors before each session. I'm sure you do, Dumbledore agreed. However, I worry that such responsibilities might interfere with what should be your primary focus at this age, your education and adjustment to the magical world. Harry recognized the subtle attempt to diminish his political role. I understand your concern, sir. But the Wizengamot only meets quarterly under normal circumstances, with emergency sessions rarely exceeding 1 or 2 per year. My education remains my priority while at Hogwarts. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, perhaps reassessing his approach. You speak with remarkable maturity for an 11-year-old, Harry. It reminds me somewhat of another student I once knew, though in quite different circumstances. Something in Dumbledore's tone put Harry on alert. Sir. Merely an old man's reminiscence, Dumbledore said with a wave of his hand. Tell me, have you given any thought to your unique place in our world? Beyond politics, I mean. You're referring to my survival of the killing curse, Harry stated directly. Indeed. It marked you in more ways than the scar on your forehead, I fear. Dumbledore's expression became grave. There may come a time, Harry, when you will need to know more about the events of that night and what they portend for the future. But perhaps not just yet. Harry carefully considered his response. Dumbledore was clearly testing him, trying to gauge how much he already knew and how he might react to additional information. Professor, he said after a thoughtful pause, I appreciate your concern for my well-being. But I also believe that knowledge, even difficult knowledge, is usually better than ignorance. If there's something I should know about myself or my parents' deaths, I'd rather hear it sooner than later. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. A very Ravenclaw perspective, indeed. Very well, Harry. While I do not believe now is the time for the full story, I will tell you this much, Lord Voldemort's defeat was temporary. There are indications he may one day attempt to return, and if he does, you may find yourself once again at the center of events. Though this wasn't news to Harry, he deduced as much from various sources over the years, he allowed appropriate surprise and concern to show on his face. He's not truly gone. I believe he exists in a weakened state, less than a ghost but not truly dead. Seeking means to restore himself. Dumbledore watched Harry closely. This information is not widely known, for obvious reasons. I understand the need for discretion, sir, Harry assured him. Thank you for trusting me with it. Dumbledore smiled, though his eyes remained serious. You show wisdom beyond your years, Harry. But remember, you are still a child, entitled to the joys and simplicities of youth. Do not let political responsibilities or the shadow of Voldemort rob you of that. I'll try to remember that, Professor. After a few more minutes of lighter conversation about classes and Harry's adjustment to Hogwarts, the meeting concluded. Harry left the headmaster's office with much to consider. Dumbledore had confirmed his suspicions about Voldemort's potential return but had held back significant details. The headmaster was clearly concerned about Harry's political activities but had approached the subject indirectly. And most interestingly, he had drawn a parallel between Harry and some other student from the past, a comparison that seemed to trouble him. That evening, Harry composed a detailed account of the meeting for Sirius, encoding certain sections using a cipher they had developed. Then he sought out Hermione Granger in the Ravenclaw common room. Hello, Harry, she greeted him, looking up from an impressively organized study schedule. Did you finish the Transfiguration essay already? Not yet, he admitted, sitting beside her. Actually, I was wondering if you'd like to form a study group. You, me, maybe Terry and Anthony if they're interested. Her face lit up. That would be brilliant. I've been hoping to establish a more structured study approach. We could meet 3 times a week and rotate subjects. As Hermione enthusiastically outlined her vision for the study group, Harry smiled to himself. He genuinely appreciated her intellectual energy, but he also recognized the strategic value of aligning with the brightest witch in their year. Building a strong academic foundation at Hogwarts would only enhance his political position in the years to come. The following morning, a familiar eagle owl swooped down at breakfast, delivering a letter that Harry recognized immediately as coming from Daphne. They had arranged a communication system before school started, using innocuous-seeming correspondence that contained deeper meaning through specific phrasings. Dear Cousin Harry, Mother asks that I convey her congratulations on your sorting. Ravenclaw seems an excellent fit for your scholarly tendencies. My own placement was, of course, entirely as expected, though the hat did briefly consider alternatives. Father's business associate mentioned seeing your godfather at the ministry last week. Apparently, discussions regarding the regulation of imported cauldron bottoms have become quite heated in certain circles. Uncle Frederick's position remains unchanged, though Aunt Matilda has begun to waver. Perhaps we might continue our family tradition of Sunday chess matches. The library likely has a suitable board if you're amenable. 3 o'clock would work with my schedule. Your cousin, Daphne. To casual readers, it appeared to be a mundane letter between relatives. To Harry, it conveyed several important pieces of information. Daphne's sorting had not been automatic, suggesting the hat had considered Ravenclaw. Lucius Malfoy, the business associate, was meeting with Sirius at the ministry, likely regarding upcoming legislation. The cauldron bottoms, Sebastian Knott, Uncle Frederick, maintained opposition to their political bloc, while Amelia Bones, Aunt Matilda, was reconsidering her position, and most importantly, Daphne wanted to meet privately. At the library at 3 o'clock that afternoon. Harry tucked the letter away and continued his breakfast, making casual conversation with his housemates while mentally preparing for his first real conference with his political ally since arriving at Hogwarts. The library was relatively quiet for a Sunday afternoon. Harry found Daphne in a secluded corner, an actual chess set arranged on the table before her, maintaining their cover story while providing privacy for conversation. Potter, she greeted him with a formal nod as he sat across from her. White or black? Black, he decided, allowing her the first move. She advanced a pawn with practiced precision. I see Dumbledore wasted no time in summoning you. Harry raised an eyebrow as he considered his response, both to her move and her statement. News travels fast. Slytherin House has its information networks. She watched as he mirrored her opening. What did he want? The expected. Harry kept his voice low, though they had positioned themselves far from other students. Concerns about my political activities. Hints about Voldemort's potential return. General assessment of my knowledge and maturity. Daphne didn't flinch at the Dark Wizard's name, one of many ways she differed from typical purebloods. Did he attempt legilimency? Nothing direct. Subtle probes at most, which my shields handled. They played several moves in silence, both competent chess players using the game as cover for their real discussion. The dynamic in Slytherin is interesting, Daphne finally said, capturing one of his pawns. Malfoy expected automatic leadership based on his family name. He's finding resistance. From you? Harry asked with a small smile. Among others. Zabini has surprising political acumen for our age. And Theodore Nott is more independent than his father might wish. She studied the board. Malfoy speaks of you often. His father has clearly given him instructions to establish a connection. Harry nodded, advancing his knight. Lucius views me as an obstacle to his influence over the Black Seat. Having Draco befriend me would provide an avenue of manipulation. There's more to it, Daphne said thoughtfully. Something specific about the legislation coming up at the winter session has him concerned. Father hinted at rumors about dark artifact seizure powers for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This was valuable information. Harry filed it away for his next communication with Sirius. And the professors? Any observations there? Snape is more complex than his reputation suggests, Daphne replied. He favors Slytherin openly but holds us to higher standards privately. And he watches you with unusual interest. Yes, I noticed that. Harry briefly recounted his interaction with Snape after their first potions class. He knew my mother. Interesting. Daphne moved her bishop aggressively. Check. Harry blocked the threat with a rook. What about Quirrell? Something about him seems off. Beyond the ridiculous stutter and the garlic smell. Daphne's nose wrinkled slightly. He watches you when he thinks no one is looking. And sometimes, when he turns away from class, the stutter briefly vanishes. A pretense, then, Harry mused. But why? Unknown, but concerning. She advanced her queen. There's another matter. The third-floor corridor Dumbledore warned about at the feast. Gemma Farley, one of our prefects, overheard Professors McGonagall and Flitwick discussing enhanced security measures for something being kept at Hogwarts this year. Harry recalled Dumbledore's odd warning about a very painful death awaiting anyone who ventured into the forbidden corridor. Something valuable enough to warrant deadly protection, yet housed in a school full of children. That seems remarkably irresponsible. Indeed. Particularly with Dumbledore's warning practically guaranteeing student curiosity. Daphne's eyes met his. I thought it might be worth investigating, discreetly. Harry considered this. Agreed, but carefully. We need more information before risking any direct exploration. Their chess game continued as they discussed other observations from their first week, professors' personalities, students of note, and the general political landscape of Hogwarts. By the time Daphne checkmated Harry's king an hour later, they had established a solid understanding of their current environment and agreed to meet regularly to share intelligence. Good game, Harry acknowledged as they packed up the chess pieces. You play well, Daphne replied, though you telegraph your long-term strategy too clearly. A more subtle approach would serve you better. I'll work on that, Harry promised, recognizing that her advice applied beyond chess. As they prepared to leave, Daphne paused. One more thing. I received a letter from my sister this morning. Apparently, Lucius Malfoy visited our home recently to discuss educational matters with Father. Astoria overheard something about arrangements and suitable matches. Harry frowned. Marriage contracts? Possibly. Traditional pureblood families still practice them, though the Greengrasses generally don't. Her expression revealed nothing, but Harry detected concern in her voice. Father wouldn't commit to anything now, but it bears watching. The political landscape is shifting, and marriage alliances are one way families consolidate power. I'll mention it to Sirius, Harry offered. The Black family has traditionally held significant influence over marriage politics, even for families not directly related. Daphne nodded, seemingly relieved though she would never admit it. That might be prudent. For purely political reasons, of course. Of course, Harry agreed, suppressing a smile at her typical formality. They parted ways at the library exit, Daphne heading down toward the dungeons while Harry returned to Ravenclaw Tower. As he walked, he reflected on their conversation and the complex web of relationships and power dynamics they were navigating, even at 11 years old. Hogwarts was proving to be exactly the political microcosm he had expected, a training ground for the larger wizarding world beyond its walls. Autumn settled over Hogwarts, bringing brilliant foliage to the Forbidden Forest and a comfortable routine to Harry's days. Academically, he maintained his position near the top of their year, deliberately ranking just behind Hermione Granger in most subjects. This strategic decision kept him from drawing unwanted attention while still establishing his intellectual credentials. His study group with Hermione, Terry Boot, and Anthony Goldstein had expanded to occasionally include students from other houses, Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, who provided insights into her aunt's DMLE activities through casual conversation, and surprisingly, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, whose struggles with confidence masked a solid understanding of herbology and pure-blood politics. Harry's regular chess matches with Daphne continued, providing cover for their political discussions. Through these meetings, they developed a comprehensive understanding of Hogwarts' internal politics, which professors aligned with Dumbledore's progressive views, which maintained traditionalist perspectives, and which students wielded informal influence within their houses. Professor Quirrell remained a subject of mutual concern. The defense teacher's odd behavior, his inconsistent stutter, his apparent avoidance of the headmaster, and his continued subtle scrutiny of Harry, suggested there was more to him than met the eye. In mid-October, Harry received a summons that required him to miss potions on Friday morning. The Wizengamot was convening for an emergency session regarding international magical cooperation treaties, and as proxy holder for the Black Seat, his attendance was required. It's highly unusual for a student to leave Hogwarts for political business, Professor Flitwick noted when Harry presented Sirius's formal request. However, as your legal position is also unusual, I will approve it this once. Please ensure you complete Professor Snape's assignment despite your absence. Of course, Professor. Thank you. The Wizengamot session itself proved relatively straightforward. The proposed treaties with magical communities in Eastern Europe required ratification before the International Confederation of Wizards November summit. Harry, extensively briefed by Sirius and their political advisors, delivered a measured speech supporting the treaties with specific amendments protecting Britain's sovereignty in magical law enforcement matters. The real value of the session came during the informal interactions before and after the formal proceedings. For the first time since starting at Hogwarts, Harry was able to directly assess the current political landscape and reinforce his relationships with key allies. Augusta Longbottom approached him during the mid-session recess, her imposing vulture hat making her easy to spot across the chamber. Young Lord Potter, she greeted him formally. Despite his lack of official title, the elderly witch had always addressed him with the respect due his family's status. How fares my grandson at Hogwarts? His letters home are disappointingly vague. Neville is doing well, Madame Longbottom, Harry replied truthfully. His herbology knowledge is impressive, and he's begun joining our interhouse study group. Augusta's eyebrows rose slightly. Interhouse? Including Slytherins? Primarily Ravenclaws and Gryffindors at present, with Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, Harry clarified. But I've found house divisions unnecessarily limiting for academic collaboration. Progressive thinking, Augusta noted, though whether with approval or reservation wasn't clear. Your voting pattern today was interesting, supporting international cooperation while maintaining strong boundaries for domestic law enforcement. Reminiscent of your grandfather Fleamont's approach. Harry recognized the comment as both observation and subtle testing of his historical knowledge. Grandfather believed in engagement without entanglement. The Black family has traditionally held similar views, though with different emphasis. Augusta nodded, apparently satisfied. Your dual perspective serves the Wizengamot well. I look forward to seeing how you navigate the creature regulation debates next session. As she moved away, Sebastian Knott took her place, tall, austere, and watching Harry with calculating eyes. Mr. Potter, he acknowledged with minimal courtesy. Your academic commitments must be suffering with these political distractions. Not at all, Lord Knott, Harry replied pleasantly. Ravenclaw House values efficient time management. Indeed. Knott's thin lips barely moved when he spoke. My son informs me that you've been performing adequately in classes. Though he questions your choice of associations. Harry maintained his polite expression. Theodore seems quite capable himself. His contributions in potions are particularly noteworthy. This compliment to his son briefly disrupted Knott's disdainful demeanor. Yes, well. The Knott family has traditionally excelled in the subtle arts. I've noticed Theodore often works independently, even among his housemates, Harry observed. An admirable quality in a house known for strategic alliances. Knott's eyes narrowed slightly, perhaps recognizing the implied question about his son's political positioning. Independence of thought is valuable, provided it remains grounded in proper values. I couldn't agree more, Harry said with perfect sincerity, though they likely defined proper values quite differently. The conversation continued in this vein, superficially cordial while layered with political subtext. By the time Harry returned to Hogwarts that evening, he had gathered valuable intelligence on the current Wizengamot factions and the shifting alliances that would impact the more substantial winter session. He shared the most relevant information with Daphne during their Sunday chess match, while composing a more comprehensive report for Sirius that evening. As October gave way to November, an unexpected development disrupted the school's routine. During the Halloween feast, Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he gasped before collapsing in a dead faint. The resulting panic was quickly controlled by Dumbledore, who ordered students to return to their dormitories while teachers investigated. As the Ravenclaws followed Prefect Penelope Clearwater toward their tower, Harry noticed Hermione Granger looking unusually concerned. "What's wrong?" he asked quietly, falling into step beside her. "It's Lisa Turpin," Hermione whispered. "She wasn't at the feast. She's been in the girls' bathroom crying all afternoon because some Slytherin girls made fun of her glasses." Harry frowned. "Which bathroom?" "Second floor, near the charms corridor." Harry made a quick decision. "Go tell Clearwater. I'll find a professor." Before Hermione could argue, Harry slipped away from the group, taking a side passage that would intercept Professor Flitwick's likely route to the dungeons. He found the tiny charms master hurrying down a corridor with Professors McGonagall and Snape. "Mr. Potter!" McGonagall exclaimed. "You should be with your house." "Professor, Lisa Turpin doesn't know about the troll," Harry explained quickly. "She's in the girls' bathroom on the second floor." The professors exchanged alarmed glances. "I'll handle this," Flitwick decided. "Minerva, Severus, continue to the dungeons." Harry turned to follow his head of house, but McGonagall stopped him. "Absolutely not, Mr. Potter. Return to your dormitory immediately." "But, no arguments. 5 points from Ravenclaw for disobeying the headmaster's instructions. It would be more if you hadn't brought this to our attention." Reluctantly, Harry headed toward Ravenclaw Tower, though he took a slightly longer route that allowed him to observe the second-floor corridor from a distance. He arrived just in time to see Professor Flitwick escorting a tearful Lisa Turpin toward the tower. Later that evening, as the Ravenclaws discussed the excitement over hot chocolate provided by the house elves, Harry quietly assessed the situation. A mountain troll shouldn't have been able to enter Hogwarts without assistance. Either someone had let it in deliberately as a diversion, or the castle's security was far weaker than reputed. Neither possibility was reassuring, especially with the mysterious object hidden in the third-floor corridor. Harry's suspicions deepened the next day when he overheard Professors Flitwick and McGonagall discussing additional security measures and Flamel's concerns. The name rang a distant bell in Harry's memory: Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist famous for creating the Philosopher's Stone. If Flamel's legendary stone was what Hogwarts was protecting, the situation was even more serious than he had imagined. The stone's ability to produce the elixir of life and transform base metals into gold made it one of the most valuable magical objects in existence. Harry shared his theory with Daphne during their next meeting, keeping his voice low despite their secluded location. "The Philosopher's Stone?" she repeated, looking genuinely surprised. "That would explain the extreme security. But why bring it to Hogwarts at all?" "Perhaps it was previously kept at Gringotts," Harry suggested. "There was a break-in reported in the Prophet around the time term started, though nothing was stolen." Daphne considered this. If someone is targeting the stone, and if that someone is connected to Quirrell's odd behavior, then Voldemort might be involved, Harry finished grimly. Dumbledore mentioned he believed Voldemort was seeking ways to return. The elixir of life would certainly qualify. Daphne's normally composed expression showed genuine concern. "If you're right, we're talking about an imminent threat, not some abstract future possibility." "Exactly. Which means we need more information about the protections and Quirrell's activities. They agreed to discreetly monitor the third-floor corridor and observe Quirrell more closely, while Harry composed a carefully worded letter to Sirius about his suspicions. November passed with no further incidents, though Harry noted Quirrell looking increasingly thin and nervous. The first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, provided a brief distraction from their investigation. Harry attended with his Ravenclaw yearmates, watching with interest as Gryffindor's new seeker, a third-year named Katie Bell, narrowly defeated Slytherin despite the opposing team's superior brooms. Politics on the Quidditch pitch, Terry Boot commented as they walked back to the castle. Malfoy's father donated those Nimbus 2000s to the Slytherin team over the summer. Buying influence starts early, Harry agreed, having noticed Lucius Malfoy among the spectators, likely assessing the return on his investment. December brought snow to the grounds and increased academic pressure as end-of-term exams approached. Harry maintained his position near the top of their year, excelling particularly in defense against the dark arts despite Quirrell's questionable teaching. His study group expanded its sessions to prepare for exams, with Hermione creating color-coded revision schedules for all participants. 2 weeks before the Christmas holiday, Harry received formal notification of the Wizengamot's winter session, scheduled for December 21st, the day after term ended. The agenda included the controversial dark artifact seizure legislation that Lucius Malfoy had been working against, along with budget approvals and several international agreements requiring ratification. Sirius's accompanying letter indicated they would travel directly from Platform 9 3/4 to Black Manor for Harry to prepare for the session. It also confirmed receipt of Harry's warnings about the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell, noting that Sirius had discreetly shared this information with select Aurors he trusted within the DMLE. "Be vigilant but don't take unnecessary risks," Sirius wrote. "Your safety is more important than any stone or political advantage. If Quirrell is indeed connected to Voldemort, leave the matter to Dumbledore and the Aurors." Harry appreciated his godfather's concern but knew that circumstances might not allow for such cautious restraint. If Voldemort was seeking the stone, and if Quirrell was helping him, the threat was immediate and inside Hogwarts itself. The last week of term brought an unexpected encounter. Harry was returning to Ravenclaw Tower from the library late one evening when he noticed a flickering light from an unused classroom. Curious, he approached quietly and peered through the partially open door. Inside, Professor Quirrell stood alone, his back to the door, apparently conversing with himself. "Headmaster, I see cannot access the final chamber," Quirrell was saying, his stutter notably absent. "Dumbledore's enchantment requires a specific intent that I cannot fabricate." A high, cold voice responded, seeming to emanate from Quirrell himself, "You disappoint me. I did not join with you for failure. I will find a way, Master. The stone will be yours." Harry drew back from the door, his heart pounding. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed the target, and Quirrell was working for Voldemort, or, impossibly, with Voldemort somehow present. Moving silently, Harry retreated down the corridor. He needed to get this information to Dumbledore immediately. As he turned a corner, he nearly collided with Professor Snape, who was limping slightly and looked even more ill-tempered than usual. "Potter!" Snape snapped. "What are you doing prowling the corridors at this hour?" "I was returning from the library, Professor," Harry explained truthfully, if incompletely. "I lost track of time researching switching spells for Professor McGonagall's essay." Snape's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "The library closed 15 minutes ago." "Yes, sir. Madam Pants allowed me a few extra minutes to finish noting down a reference." Harry maintained a respectful tone while mentally calculating whether to share what he'd just witnessed. Before he could decide, Snape's attention shifted to something over Harry's shoulder. Turning slightly, Harry saw Quirrell emerging from the classroom, his turban perfectly aligned and his nervous demeanor fully restored. "Q Quirrell," Snape acknowledged coldly. "SS Severus," Quirrell stammered. "A late night for all of us, it seems." An almost imperceptible tension filled the corridor as the two professors regarded each other. Harry had the distinct impression that Snape harbored suspicions about Quirrell as well. Indeed, Snape replied silkily. Potter here claims to have been in the library. And yourself? Preparing tomorrow's lessons, Quirrell replied with an unconvincing smile. His eyes flickered to Harry, showing a momentary sharpness at odds with his fearful persona. And Mr. Potter is an excellent student. Very, perceptive. Something in Quirrell's tone sent a chill down Harry's spine. The defense professor knew, or at least suspected, that Harry had overheard his conversation. Return to your dormitory immediately, Potter, Snape ordered. 10 points from Ravenclaw for being out after hours, regardless of your academic dedication. Yes, Professor, Harry replied, grateful for the excuse to leave the increasingly tense situation. As he walked away, he heard Snape questioning Quirrell about his unusual teaching methods and irregular movements around the castle. Harry didn't go directly to Ravenclaw Tower. Instead, he made his way to Professor Flitwick's office and knocked urgently on the door. After explaining what he'd overheard, carefully framing it as having happened while he was passing the classroom on his way from the library, Harry watched his head of house's normally cheerful expression turn grave. This is most disturbing, Mr. Potter. You are certain of what you heard? Absolutely, Professor. Quirrell was speaking to someone he called Master, but there was no one else visible in the room. And they specifically mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. Flitwick's eyebrows shot up at the name of the stone, confirming Harry's theory. I see. This is a matter for the headmaster. I will inform him immediately. He gave Harry a searching look. You should have come directly to me or another professor, rather than lingering to eavesdrop. I apologize, Professor. I was just so shocked by what I was hearing. Understandable, though still unwise. Return to Ravenclaw Tower now, and please speak of this to no one. Not even your closest friends. Yes, sir. Harry left Flitwick's office feeling both relieved and concerned. He had passed on the critical information, but Quirrell now suspected he knew something. The brief glimpse of that cold, calculating look in the professor's eyes suggested Harry might have made himself a target. Back in the dormitory, Harry strengthened his occlumency shields before sleep and composed a carefully worded note to Daphne, requesting an urgent meeting the following morning. This was too important to keep entirely to himself, despite Flitwick's instructions. The next day brought heightened security throughout the castle. Teachers patrolled the corridors in pairs, and Dumbledore himself was notably present in the Great Hall for all 3 meals, something that rarely happened on normal school days. During their hurried meeting between classes, Harry shared a carefully edited version of events with Daphne, emphasizing Quirrell's suspicious behavior without mentioning the disembodied voice or the confirmation of the stone. The professors are clearly taking it seriously, he concluded. But we should remain vigilant. Daphne agreed, looking troubled. If Quirrell suspects you overheard something incriminating, he may attempt to silence you. I've strengthened my mental shields and I'm avoiding being alone in isolated areas, Harry assured her. And term ends in 2 days. Once I'm away from Hogwarts, I can speak directly with Sirius and potentially the Aurors. The final days of term passed without incident, though Harry noticed both Snape and Dumbledore watching Quirrell with undisguised suspicion. End-of-term exams provided a welcome distraction, with Harry performing exceptionally well in all subjects. As students packed their trunks and prepared to board the Hogwarts Express for the Christmas holiday, Harry felt a complex mixture of relief and concern. He was looking forward to seeing Sirius and focusing on the upcoming Wizengamot session, but leaving Hogwarts meant removing himself from the developing situation with Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. On the train ride back to London, Harry shared a compartment with his Ravenclaw study group, maintaining normal conversation while his thoughts remained occupied with political strategy for the winter session. The Dark Artifacts legislation would face significant opposition from traditionalist families like the Malfoys and Notts, who feared ministry intrusion into ancestral homes where heirlooms often straddled the line between dark and merely ancient. As Black Proxy, Harry would need to navigate a middle path, supporting reasonable regulation while protecting legitimate family heirlooms from overzealous seizure. It was exactly the sort of nuanced political challenge that Lord Arcturus Black had trained him for. Sirius was waiting on the platform when the train arrived, dressed in elegant but understated robes that balanced his position as Lord Black with his personal distaste for stuffy pureblood formality. "Welcome home, pup," he greeted Harry with a warm embrace. "Ready for politics already? We could skip the Wizengamot session and just go flying instead." Harry laughed, recognizing the joke. Despite his occasional complaints, Sirius had grown into his role as Lord Black with surprising dedication. "Maybe after we secure the proper regulation of dark artifacts." "Always the responsible one," Sirius sighed dramatically. "Fine, politics first, fun later. But I'm holding you to that flying session." As they prepared to apparate to Black Manor, Harry caught sight of Daphne with her parents and younger sister. She gave him a formal nod, which he returned. Their alliance remained strong, though necessarily discreet in public. The next 24 hours passed in intensive preparation. Harry and Sirius, along with their political advisors, reviewed the proposed legislation line by line, identifying problematic clauses and drafting amendments that would protect legitimate family artifacts while still allowing the DMLE to target genuinely dangerous items. "Lucius will fight this with everything he has," noted Andromeda Tonks, who had become one of their most valuable political strategists since being restored to the Black family. "His mansion is practically a museum of questionable artifacts." "Which is precisely why it's necessary," Sirius replied, running a hand through his hair. "The DMLE needs clearer authority to conduct searches when they have reasonable suspicion. The challenge is defining reasonable suspicion in a way that prevents abuse," Harry pointed out, indicating a particularly vague clause in the draft legislation. They worked late into the night, refining their position and preparing Harry's address to the Wizengamot. By morning, they had developed a balanced approach that they hoped would attract enough moderate votes to secure passage despite the traditionalists' opposition. The winter session itself was as contentious as expected. Lucius Malfoy delivered a passionate speech about ancestral rights and ministry overreach, while Amelia Bones countered with specific examples of dark artifacts that had injured innocent people in recent years. When Harry rose to address the chamber, a brief hush fell over the assembled witches and wizards. Despite having held the Black Proxy for 3 years, his youth still occasionally surprised those who encountered him only during these quarterly sessions. "Distinguished members of the Wizengamot," he began, his voice clear and confident despite his 11 years. "The House of Black recognizes both the legitimate security concerns raised by Madame Bones and the privacy concerns expressed by Lord Malfoy. Ancient families often possess heirlooms with magic that might be classified as dark under modern definitions, yet pose no threat when properly maintained and secured." He paused, making eye contact with key moderate members. "However, genuinely dangerous artifacts have no place in a society where children or unwary visitors might encounter them. The amendment I am proposing would require specific, articulable suspicion before the DMLE could obtain a search warrant, while establishing clear guidelines for what constitutes a dangerous artifact versus an historical heirloom." Harry proceeded to outline the balanced approach they had developed, emphasizing protection for legitimate family interests while closing loopholes that had previously prevented effective enforcement. His presentation was measured, reasonable, and difficult to dismiss as either overreaching or inadequate. The debate continued for several hours, with various factions proposing additional amendments and raising objections. Harry participated actively, demonstrating both a command of the subject matter and political acumen in building consensus around key provisions. By late afternoon, a modified version of the legislation passed with a comfortable majority, incorporating most of Harry's proposed amendments. Lucius Malfoy and his closest allies voted against it, but they had been unable to convince enough moderate traditionalists to block its passage. As the session adjourned, Harry accepted congratulations from several members impressed by his handling of the complex issue. Augusta Longbottom nodded approvingly as she passed. "Your father would be proud," she said simply. "As would Arcturus, though he'd be less pleased to admit it." Harry returned to Black Manor that evening tired but satisfied with his performance. The legislation as passed would provide the DMLE with needed authority while protecting legitimate family interests, a balanced outcome that served the public good while respecting tradition. "Well done, pup," Sirius said as they relaxed in the Manor's comfortable study. "You're getting dangerously good at this politics business. I might be out of a job soon." Harry smiled. "I think the Wizengamot can handle two black voices, especially when we don't always agree." "True enough." Sirius hesitated, then added more seriously, "I spoke with Dumbledore about what you overheard at Hogwarts. He's concerned, but confident in the protections surrounding the stone." "And Quirrell?" "Under surveillance, apparently. Dumbledore wouldn't share details, but he assured me the situation is being monitored closely." Harry wasn't entirely reassured, but the matter was largely out of his hands while away from Hogwarts. "I'll keep my distance from him next term." "See that you do." Sirius's expression turned uncharacteristically grave. "I've lost too much to Voldemort already. I won't lose you too." The Christmas holiday proceeded pleasantly after that. Harry and Sirius celebrated with a small gathering including Remus Lupin, Andromeda and Ted Tonks, and their daughter Nymphadora, who insisted on being called Tonks and entertained everyone with her metamorphmagus abilities. Harry received thoughtful gifts from his Ravenclaw friends and, somewhat surprisingly, from Neville Longbottom, a rare book on defensive magic that had been in the Longbottom library. A particularly elegant silver quill arrived from a fellow strategist, which Harry recognized as Daphne's subtle way of acknowledging their friendship without raising questions from her family. The return to Hogwarts in January was marked by increased security measures. Teachers continued to patrol in pairs, and Dumbledore was notably present throughout the castle. Quirrell appeared even more nervous than before, jumping at small noises and looking increasingly ill. During their first chess match of the new term, Daphne informed Harry that Snape had begun actively shadowing Quirrell. "He's never more than a corridor away during Quirrell's free periods," she observed, advancing her knight. "And they've had several heated, private, conversations that Blaise Zabini managed to partially overhear." "What did he hear?" Harry asked, studying the board. "Snape demanding to know where Quirrell's true loyalties lie, and something about serving two masters." Daphne's expression remained neutral, but her voice conveyed the significance. "Zabini's family has remained neutral in previous conflicts, but they're well connected to information networks. His mother believes something significant will occur before term's end." This aligned with Harry's own observations. "The professors are preparing for something, but trying not to alarm the students. They agreed to maintain their vigilance while focusing on their studies." The winter term brought increasingly complex coursework, with Professors McGonagall and Flitwick introducing more challenging theory in their respective subjects. Harry continued to excel academically, though he maintained his strategic position just behind Hermione in most subjects. Their study group expanded its focus to include practical applications beyond the standard curriculum, particularly in defense, where Quirrell's teaching remained substandard. "It's ridiculous," Hermione complained during one such session in mid-February. "The textbook covers shield charms, but Professor Quirrell keeps saying we're too young to attempt them. Yet Hogwarts, a history mentions they were part of the standard first-year curriculum until the 1940s. The overall quality of wizarding education has declined over the past century," Harry noted, drawing on historical knowledge from his political education. "Practical defensive magic has been particularly affected." "But why?" asked Terry Boot. "Surely defense is one of the most important magical skills." Harry chose his words carefully. "There are political factions that prefer a populace less capable of defending itself. It makes certain types of control easier." This sparked an intense discussion about educational policy and magical politics that continued for several sessions, gradually drawing in students from other houses interested in learning practical defense despite Quirrell's limitations. By March, their informal study group had evolved into something like a proper club, with students from all four houses meeting twice weekly to practice defensive spells beyond the standard first-year curriculum. Harry, drawing on the advanced training Lord Black had arranged for him years ago, demonstrated proper shield charm technique to the amazed group. "That's at least third-year level, Potter," commented a Hufflepuff prefect who had joined one session out of curiosity. "Where did you learn that?" "My godfather arranged tutoring before Hogwarts," Harry explained, which was technically true if incomplete. "The theory isn't actually that complicated once you understand the fundamental principles of magical barriers." The study group's success didn't go unnoticed. Professor Flitwick happened to observe one of their sessions and awarded points to all four houses for exemplary interhouse cooperation and academic initiative. Even more significantly, Dumbledore himself appeared briefly during a late March meeting, watching from the doorway with twinkling eyes before departing without comment. April brought warming weather and increased tension regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell looked worse with each passing day, gaunt, pale, and increasingly erratic in his teaching. Harry noticed the defense professor watching him during meals with an intensity that suggested either suspicion or calculation. During an astronomy practical on the tower one night, Harry overheard Professor Sinistra and McGonagall discussing increased security precautions. "Albus believes the attempt will come soon," McGonagall murmured, apparently unaware of Harry's position behind a nearby telescope. "The signs are unmistakable. Is it wise to keep it here with the students?" Sinistra asked worriedly. Flamel refused alternative arrangements. "And Albus believes Hogwarts remains the safest location, provided we maintain constant vigilance." Their voices faded as they moved to another part of the tower, but the message was clear: whatever threat Quirrell posed to the stone was coming to a head. Harry shared this information with Daphne during their next chess match, leading to a serious strategy discussion. "If the teachers know an attempt is coming, they must have a plan," Daphne reasoned, her blue eyes thoughtful. "But we should prepare for contingencies." "Agreed." Harry moved his bishop, considering their limited options. "I've been practicing additional defensive magic, shields, disarming, stunning spells. Nothing that would directly stop Voldemort, but enough to potentially escape if necessary." "Wise." "I've been working on detection charms and disillusionment." Daphne captured his bishop with a precise move. "Not quite invisible, but enough to avoid casual notice." They agreed to maintain heightened awareness and communicate immediately if either noticed unusual activity. Harry also sent a carefully worded update to Sirius, who responded with a promise to alert trusted Auror contacts to be ready for potential emergency calls from Hogwarts. The situation culminated in early May, following the final Quidditch match of the season. Ravenclaw had defeated Hufflepuff to secure second place in the cup, and the school was celebrating with a Saturday feast. Harry noticed Quirrell's absence from the high table and felt a sense of foreboding. As the feast concluded, Professor McGonagall approached the Ravenclaw table. "Mr. Potter, the headmaster requests your presence in his office immediately." Harry followed her through the corridors, maintaining a composed exterior while mentally reviewing his occlumency shields and defensive options. Dumbledore was not alone in his office. Professor Snape stood by the window, his expression even more severe than usual. Sirius, to Harry's surprise, sat in one of the chairs before the headmaster's desk, looking grim. "Harry," Dumbledore greeted him gravely. "Please sit down." "What's happening?" Harry asked, though he had a growing suspicion. "Professor Quirrell has disappeared," Dumbledore explained directly. "Along with certain protective enchantments around a very valuable object being stored at Hogwarts." "The Philosopher's Stone," Harry stated rather than asked. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You are well informed." "I overheard Professor Quirrell discussing it several months ago," Harry admitted. "I reported it to Professor Flitwick immediately." "Indeed, and we increased security measures accordingly." Dumbledore exchanged glances with Snape. "However, it appears Professor Quirrell, or perhaps more accurately, the entity controlling him, has finally breached the remaining protections." "Voldemort," Harry said quietly. Sirius leaned forward. "Harry, I came as soon as Dumbledore contacted me. The situation is extremely dangerous." Why am I here? Harry asked directly. Surely this is a matter for professors and Aurors. A heavy silence fell over the office. Dumbledore's expression became grave. There is something you need to know, Harry. Something I had hoped to delay until you were older, but circumstances now make that impossible. The headmaster rose and walked to a cabinet, from which he extracted a shallow stone basin carved with runes. This is a pensieve. It allows one to view memories, both one's own and those shared by others. Harry recognized the device from his training with Lord Black, though he kept this knowledge to himself. Whose memory will we be viewing? Mine, Dumbledore replied, placing his wand to his temple and drawing out a silvery strand. From a prophecy made shortly before your birth. Harry's heart quickened. This, then, was the prophecy he had glimpsed in Dumbledore's thoughts all those years ago, the prophecy Lord Black had mentioned but never fully explained. Dumbledore deposited the memory into the pensieve, where it swirled, silvery and strange. I believe it is time you understood why Voldemort came for your family that night, and why he continues to seek you specifically. Harry glanced at Sirius, who nodded grimly. I only learned the full prophecy recently myself, pup. But you need to know. Together, they leaned forward into the pensieve and fell into Dumbledore's memory of a dimly lit room in what appeared to be the Hog's Head Inn. A younger Dumbledore sat across from a thin woman with enormous glasses who suddenly went rigid, her eyes rolling back. When she spoke, it was in a harsh, raspy voice unlike her normal tones. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The memory faded, and they returned to Dumbledore's office. Harry sat in silence, processing the implications of what he'd just witnessed. This prophecy, Dumbledore explained quietly, is why Voldemort sought to kill you as an infant. He learned of the first part, that a child born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times would have the power to defeat him. Both you and Neville Longbottom fit these criteria, but Voldemort chose you. He marked me as his equal, Harry murmured, touching his lightning scar. With this. Precisely. And in doing so, he fulfilled that portion of the prophecy himself. Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of information he'd gathered over years. The power he knows not, what is it? Dumbledore hesitated. I believe it may be your capacity for love, Harry. The very force that allowed your mother's sacrifice to protect you, something Voldemort has never understood or valued. Sirius made a skeptical noise but didn't contradict the headmaster directly. Harry wasn't entirely convinced either. His natural legilimency seemed a more likely candidate for the unknown power, a rare ability that gave him insight into others' minds and motivations. But he kept this thought carefully shielded. And now he's here, at Hogwarts, attempting to use the Philosopher's Stone to regain his body, Harry summarized, focusing on the immediate threat. Yes. Dumbledore's expression was grave. I have summoned certain Order members and trusted Aurors, but they will take time to arrive. Professor Snape and I will confront Quirrell directly. Why tell me this now? Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. Because you have a right to know what may lie ahead, Dumbledore replied. And because I believe Voldemort will continue to target you regardless of tonight's outcome. The prophecy binds your fates together. Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You'll return to the dormitory under protection while the professors handle this. I'll stay with you. Harry nodded, though internally he was already considering contingencies. If Voldemort was focused on obtaining the stone tonight, it might provide a rare opportunity to observe his capabilities and weaknesses from a safe distance. Professor, he asked carefully, where exactly is Quirrell now? He has breached the protections and reached the chamber housing the stone, Dumbledore answered. Professor Snape and I will depart momentarily to confront him. The timing would be tight, but potentially manageable. Harry maintained his outward composure while internally calculating routes and risks. As they left the headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Snape headed directly toward the third-floor corridor, while Sirius accompanied Harry in the direction of Ravenclaw Tower. "I know that look," Sirius said quietly once they were alone in the corridor. "You're planning something." Harry hesitated, then decided honesty was the best approach with his godfather. "I want to observe from a safe distance. Not intervene, just understand what we're facing." Sirius stopped walking, his expression torn between pride and concern. "It's incredibly dangerous." "I'll stay hidden and well back from any confrontation," Harry promised. "But this may be our only chance to gather intelligence on his current form and capabilities." Lord Black always emphasized the value of information. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, clearly conflicted. "Merlin, James would kill me for even considering this." He sighed deeply. "Fine, but we go together, we stay hidden, and we retreat at the first sign of serious danger. And you follow my instructions without question. Agreed?" "Agreed," Harry said immediately, relieved that Sirius understood the strategic value of the opportunity. They changed direction, taking a lesser-known passage toward the third-floor corridor. Sirius cast disillusionment charms on both of them, far more effective than Harry could manage at his current skill level. "Stay behind me, keep physical contact so we don't lose each other, and not a sound," Sirius whispered. "I was an Auror before Azkaban, Harry. This isn't my first stealth operation." They moved carefully through the dimly lit corridors, encountering no one. The castle seemed unnaturally quiet, as if holding its breath before a storm. When they reached the third-floor corridor, they found the door to the forbidden section already open. Inside, a massive three-headed dog lay sleeping beside a trapdoor that stood open. The soft notes of an enchanted harp played nearby, apparently keeping the creature unconscious. "Hagrid Cerberus," Sirius murmured. "Music sends them straight to sleep." They approached the trapdoor cautiously. Peering down, Harry saw only darkness, though a faint flicker of light was visible far below. "Devil's snare down there," Sirius noted, identifying crushed vines visible at the edges of the shaft. "Burned away recently." They used a modified levitation charm to descend slowly rather than jumping. At the bottom, they found evidence of the obstacles Quirrell had already overcome, the charred remains of the Devil's Snare, a room with flying keys and a broomstick, a massive chessboard with pieces showing battle damage, and the unconscious form of a mountain troll. Flitwick's key charm, McGonagall's transfigured chess set, Sirius identified each challenge in whispers. Impressive protections, but nothing that would stop a determined, powerful wizard. They proceeded carefully until they reached a chamber where flames blocked both forward and backward paths. A table with potions bottles stood in the center, along with a parchment containing what appeared to be a logic puzzle. "Snape's contribution," Sirius murmured. He always did have a flair for the dramatic. The flames blocking the forward path suddenly extinguished, suggesting someone had just passed through from the other side. Moments later, Dumbledore and Snape appeared, their expressions grim. Harry and Sirius pressed against the wall, remaining absolutely still under their disillusionment charms as the professors passed. "He's through to the final chamber," Snape reported tersely. "The mirror has been moved." "As I feared," Dumbledore replied, his usual jovial manner entirely absent. "Severus, secure this entrance. I will proceed alone. Headmaster, the confrontation ahead requires my full attention. I cannot divide my focus to protect another." Dumbledore's tone left no room for argument. "Alert the arriving Aurors to maintain this position but advance no further without my signal." Snape nodded reluctantly, and Dumbledore continued forward, the flames parting before him without need of potion. Harry and Sirius remained motionless until Snape moved to the entrance of the chamber, his back to them as he guarded the approach. Then, with exquisite care, they edged forward toward the passage Dumbledore had taken. The final chamber was large and circular, with a vaulted ceiling and torches flaring with unusual blue flames. At its center stood Quirrell, facing a tall mirror that Harry recognized from descriptions as the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore stood several paces away, his wand raised. What shocked Harry most was Quirrell's appearance. The professor's turban had been unwound, revealing a second face protruding from the back of his head, flat, snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. Voldemort. I wondered when you would join us, Dumbledore, the face hissed, its voice high and cold. Your protections were, amusingly inadequate. And yet you have failed to obtain the stone, Dumbledore replied calmly. The mirror gives you only what you already know, Tom. Your desire to use the stone, rather than protect it, prevents you from retrieving it. A clever enchantment, Voldemort acknowledged. But ultimately futile. Quirrell. The defense professor turned to face the mirror directly, his body trembling with effort. I see myself presenting the stone to you, Master, but I cannot grasp it. Use the boy, Voldemort commanded. Bring Potter. He will see the stone differently. Potter is safely beyond your reach, Dumbledore stated firmly, raising his wand higher. And you are weakening by the moment, Tom. This possession cannot be sustained much longer without destroying your host entirely. I have come too far to be denied. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. If I cannot have the stone today, I shall at least have vengeance on the child who defied me. Quirrell suddenly convulsed, his body twisting unnaturally. A dark mist began to separate from him, coalescing into a vaguely humanoid shape of smoke and shadow. Dumbledore reacted instantly, casting a spell Harry didn't recognize, something that created a golden cage of light around the separating entities. You cannot contain me. Voldemort's voice echoed throughout the chamber as the shadowy form strained against the magical barrier. I am Lord Voldemort. I cannot be defeated. Quirrell collapsed to the ground, his body now little more than an empty shell as the last of Voldemort's essence tore free from him. The shadow form surged against Dumbledore's containment spell, causing it to flare and waver. For a moment, it seemed the headmaster would lose control of the magical prison. Then, with a thrust of his wand and a word in what sounded like ancient Greek, Dumbledore reinforced the barrier, causing it to contract around the shadow. Voldemort's incorporeal form gave an inhuman shriek of rage and pain. This is not the end, Dumbledore. I have taken measures you cannot imagine. Death itself cannot claim Lord Voldemort. With a final surge of effort, the shadow compressed itself to a dense point and exploded outward with tremendous force. The magical barrier shattered, and the shadow shot upward through the ceiling, disappearing from the chamber. Dumbledore staggered slightly, the magical exertion clearly having taken a toll. He moved to Quirrell's body and checked for signs of life, then shook his head grimly. I know you are there, Harry, Sirius, he said without turning around. You may reveal yourselves now. Harry felt Sirius tense beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Sirius cancelled the disillusionment charms, revealing their position near the entrance to the chamber. How long have you known? Sirius asked, stepping forward with Harry beside him. Since you entered this chamber, Dumbledore replied, finally turning to face them. He looked exhausted but unsurprised. Disillusionment charms are effective against ordinary vision, but there are other ways to detect presence. Harry's mind was racing with questions. Voldemort escaped. In a manner of speaking. Dumbledore approached them slowly. What you witnessed was the separation of his spirit from his host. Without a body or the elixir of life to sustain him, he has returned to the formless state he occupied before possessing Quirrell. He mentioned measures he had taken, Harry noted. Protections against death. A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. Yes. That is a matter for another conversation, when we are not standing in a secret chamber with a deceased professor. He gestured toward the exit. The Aurors will be arriving momentarily. I would prefer if your presence here remained undisclosed. Sirius nodded. We'll return to Ravenclaw Tower immediately. One moment. Dumbledore fixed Harry with a penetrating gaze. You now understand why Voldemort seeks you, Harry. The prophecy binds your fates together. He will not rest until he has eliminated the threat you represent to him. I understand, Professor. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes, careful to protect his deeper thoughts while projecting sincere understanding. Thank you for showing me the prophecy. It helps to know why he targeted my family. Dumbledore studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. Return to your dormitory. The school will be informed of tonight's events at breakfast tomorrow, though the details will necessarily be limited. As Harry and Sirius made their way back through the obstacle course, retracing their steps carefully to avoid the arriving Aurors, Harry processed what he had witnessed. Voldemort was real, still active, and apparently had some form of protection against death itself. The prophecy made their eventual confrontation seem inevitable. But Harry also felt a strange sense of clarity. For years, he had been preparing politically, educationally, and magically for an undefined future threat. Now that threat had a specific form and nature. Voldemort wanted to kill him because of a prophecy, and would continue trying until one of them was permanently defeated. You're thinking too loud, Sirius murmured as they reached the third-floor corridor. I can practically hear the gears turning in that head of yours. Just processing, Harry replied quietly. It's one thing to know academically that Voldemort might return someday. It's another to see him, even in that form. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. We'll face this together, pup. You're not alone. That night, after Sirius had returned to Black Manor, having extracted a promise from Harry to fire-call him daily for the remainder of term, Harry lay awake in his four-poster, analyzing everything he had learned. The prophecy suggested he had power the Dark Lord knows not. Dumbledore believed this was love, a concept Harry found rather abstract and difficult to weaponize. More likely, it referred to his natural legilimency, which could potentially counter Voldemort's own reputed skill at mind arts. Voldemort had mentioned taking measures against death, which aligned with rumors Lord Black had collected about the Dark Lord seeking immortality. This suggested some form of dark magic designed to anchor his soul to the mortal plane. Most immediately concerning was the fact that Voldemort's spirit was now free again, presumably seeking another host or method of returning to physical form. Harry mentally drafted a letter to Daphne, knowing she would be anxious for information after tonight's obvious commotion. Their alliance would be more important than ever in the coming years, as the political landscape inevitably shifted in response to Voldemort's confirmed survival. The next morning, Dumbledore announced to the school that Professor Quirrell had died in a magical accident, while attempting to steal a valuable artifact being temporarily stored at Hogwarts. He introduced a ministry official who would cover defense classes for the remainder of term and assured students that the threat had been contained. The student body buzzed with speculation, but only Harry and a few professors knew the full truth. Even the Aurors who had arrived after the confrontation had been given a sanitized version of events, according to Daphne's intelligence network. Fudge is suppressing information about you-know-who's involvement, she informed Harry during their next chess match. Father says the minister refuses to acknowledge any suggestion that he might have returned in some form. Political expediency, Harry noted, unsurprised. Acknowledging Voldemort's continued existence would create panic and damage Fudge's reputation as the minister who's overseen peace and prosperity. Precisely. Which means the ministry will be actively working against preparing for his potential return. Daphne moved her queen decisively. Check. Harry blocked the threat, considering the implications. We'll need to work around official channels, then. Build awareness and preparedness through private networks. Starting with our study group, Daphne suggested. Many of those students come from influential families. If they understand the potential threat, they can help spread appropriate caution without causing panic. Exactly. Harry nodded approvingly. And we'll need to continue our political positioning to ensure we have influence when the truth eventually becomes impossible to deny. The remainder of term passed quickly. The student defense group continued meeting, now with tacit approval from several professors who happened to provide useful books and occasional guidance. Harry subtly shifted the focus toward practical defensive magic that would be useful against dark wizards, not just for passing exams. His friendship with Neville Longbottom deepened as well. The Gryffindor boy had shown remarkable improvement in confidence throughout the year, particularly in their defense sessions. Given the Longbottoms' historical opposition to Voldemort and Augusta's political influence, Harry recognized the value of strengthening this alliance. End-of-year exams arrived, with Harry maintaining his strategic academic positioning, exceptional in defense and charms, strong but not attention-grabbing in other subjects. When results were posted, he had achieved the second highest overall scores in their year, behind only Hermione Granger. On the Hogwarts Express returning to London, Harry divided his time between his Ravenclaw friends and a brief, strategic conversation with Daphne about summer communication protocols. They had both been invited to several of the same pure-blood social events, which would provide opportunities for in-person information exchange. Sirius was waiting at platform 9 3/4, his casual elegance drawing appreciative glances from several witches seeing off their children. He greeted Harry with a warm embrace, then surprised him by also greeting Daphne politely when she approached to say goodbye. "Miss Greengrass," Sirius nodded. "Harry speaks highly of your academic partnership. Perhaps you'd consider joining us for tea sometime this summer. I'm sure Harry would appreciate discussing the second-year curriculum with someone who shares his scholarly interests." Daphne maintained her composed demeanor, though Harry detected surprise in her eyes. "That would be most welcome, Lord Black. My parents often mention your progressive influence in the Wizengamot." "Excellent. We'll send an invitation soon." Sirius smiled charmingly, then guided Harry toward the platform exit. Making connections with the Greengrasses could be valuable, he murmured once they were out of earshot. "Neutrals with their level of influence are rare. Since when are you interested in political networking?" Harry asked, amused by his godfather's unexpected initiative. Sirius grinned. "I can play the game when necessary, pup. Besides, Andromeda suggested it might be time to expand your social circle beyond just political alliances. You're growing up fast." Harry felt his cheeks warm slightly, suspecting there was more to Sirius's invitation than mere political strategy. The summer passed productively, with Harry dividing his time between political education, magical training, and carefully selected social engagements. Sirius had arranged for advanced tutoring in defensive magic, recognizing the importance of practical skills given Voldemort's confirmed survival. Daphne did indeed visit Grimmauld Place for tea, along with her parents and younger sister. The meeting went surprisingly well, with Lord Greengrass and Sirius finding common ground on several moderate political positions. Harry and Daphne maintained their typical formal interaction in front of their families while exchanging significant glances that promised more substantial conversation once alone. That opportunity came when Sirius suggested Harry show Daphne the library, which had been extensively renovated since the Blacks reclaimed the townhouse. "Your godfather is more politically adept than his reputation suggests," Daphne observed once they were alone among the bookshelves. "He's full of surprises," Harry agreed. "Though I suspect his interest in establishing connections with your family isn't entirely political." Daphne raised an elegant eyebrow. "Oh. He's been making comments about expanding my social circle beyond alliances and normal adolescent friendships," Harry explained with slight embarrassment. To his surprise, Daphne actually laughed, a genuine, unguarded sound he'd rarely heard from her. "My mother has been similarly transparent. Apparently, she finds our chess matches charmingly precocious." They shared a moment of genuine amusement at their guardian's transparent matchmaking before turning to more serious matters, namely, preparations for the coming school year and continued monitoring of Voldemort-related developments. "Father says Lucius Malfoy has been unusually active this summer," Daphne reported. "Multiple closed-door meetings with ministry officials, including frequent visits to Fudge's office." "Damage control," Harry suggested. "The dark artifacts legislation hit him hard. He's probably reinforcing his influence to prevent further regulatory moves." "Perhaps." Daphne looked thoughtful. But some of his activities suggest preparation rather than just defensive political maneuvering. He's liquidating certain investments and consolidating others. Harry filed this information away for further consideration. Lucius Malfoy had been a Death Eater during the First War, escaping punishment by claiming imperious influence. If Voldemort was seeking to return, Malfoy might be positioning himself accordingly. The summer also brought Harry's first direct confrontation with Dumbledore outside of Hogwarts. The headmaster requested a meeting at Grimmauld Place in early August, ostensibly to discuss additional security measures for the coming school year. Sirius insisted on being present, and they received Dumbledore in the formal drawing room, polite but not overly familiar. Harry, Sirius, Dumbledore greeted them warmly, though his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. "Thank you for agreeing to meet during your holiday." "Of course, Headmaster," Sirius replied. "You mentioned security concerns." "Indeed." Dumbledore accepted the offered tea. "Following the events of last term, I believe we must take additional precautions regarding Harry's safety at Hogwarts." "Reasonable," Harry acknowledged. "Voldemort clearly hasn't been destroyed permanently." "Precisely." Dumbledore set down his teacup. "There is something specific I wish to discuss with you both, something related to how Voldemort has managed to survive what should have been fatal destruction of his body." Harry leaned forward slightly, sensing they were approaching a critical revelation. "The measures he mentioned during the confrontation?" "Yes." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "What I am about to share is extremely sensitive information. It concerns the darkest of arts, magic so foul that it is rarely even mentioned in the most comprehensive texts on dark magic." "Horcruxes," Sirius said suddenly, his face paling. Dumbledore looked genuinely startled. "You are familiar with the concept?" "The Black Family Library contained references," Sirius admitted grimly. "I came across the term while researching ways Voldemort might have survived. It seemed the most likely explanation, though I hoped I was wrong." Harry glanced between them. "What exactly is a Horcrux?" Dumbledore sighed heavily. "A Horcrux is an object in which a dark wizard has concealed a fragment of their soul, anchoring them to life even if their body is destroyed. Creating one requires splitting one's soul through the supreme act of evil, murder. And Voldemort created one?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer was worse. "I believe he created several," Dumbledore replied gravely. "The evidence suggests he may have been planning to create his sixth Horcrux with your death, Harry, a symbolically powerful number in magical theory. When the killing curse rebounded, it destroyed his body but left his fragmented soul intact, tethered to this plane by his existing Horcruxes. The implications were staggering. So he can't truly be defeated until all these Horcruxes are destroyed?" "Correct. I have been researching and hunting them since his first fall. I believe I have identified several potential Horcruxes, though locating and destroying them has proven challenging." Sirius ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Harry recognized as indicating stress. "Why tell us now?" "Because Harry has the right to know what he will eventually face," Dumbledore replied. "And because I believe Voldemort will continue targeting him specifically, due to the prophecy. The more prepared he is, the better his chances." The conversation continued for another hour, with Dumbledore sharing his theories about potential Horcruxes, objects of significance to Voldemort, likely including artifacts from Hogwarts founders. He also explained the few known methods of destroying such powerfully protected dark objects, primarily fiendfire and basilisk venom. As the meeting concluded, Harry was left with a clearer understanding of the monumental task ahead, not just politically preparing for Voldemort's return, but actually ensuring his permanent defeat by locating and destroying multiple soul fragments. "This changes our priorities," Sirius noted after Dumbledore had departed. "Political positioning remains important, but finding these Horcruxes becomes critical." Harry nodded thoughtfully. "We should continue building our alliance network while quietly researching potential Horcrux locations. My Wizengamot position gives us access to historical records that might help identify significant artifacts." Sirius studied him with a mixture of pride and concern. "You're handling this remarkably well for someone your age." "I've had excellent preparation," Harry replied with a slight smile. "And a clear purpose." The remainder of the summer was devoted to this dual approach, maintaining public political activities while privately researching Horcruxes and potential methods for locating them. Harry's second year at Hogwarts would bring new challenges, but also opportunities to expand their information networks and prepare for the inevitable conflict ahead. On September 1st, Harry returned to Platform 9 3/4 with Sirius, ready to begin his second year with clearer purpose than ever before. His political education under Lord Black, his natural legilimency, and his growing network of allies had prepared him well for the complex game ahead. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express, he caught sight of Daphne Greengrass saying goodbye to her parents. Their eyes met briefly across the crowded platform, and she gave him a slight nod, acknowledgement of their continued alliance in the challenging times ahead. The wizarding world remained largely oblivious to Voldemort's survival and the prophecy binding Harry's fate to the Dark Lords. But Harry Potter understood the truth, and he was determined to be ready when the final confrontation came. The game had become more complex, the stakes higher. But Harry had been preparing for this moment since he first peered into Albus Dumbledore's mind as a 4-year-old child. The political chessboard of Wizarding Britain awaited his next move. 5 years later the Wizengamot chamber fell silent as 16-year-old Harry Potter rose to address the assembled witches and wizards. At the podium, his presence commanded attention despite his youth, or perhaps because of it, combined with his remarkable political record over the past 7 years. "Distinguished members of the Wizengamot," he began, his voice clear and confident. "We stand at a crossroads in wizarding history. The evidence before you confirms what some of us have known for years: Lord Voldemort has returned." Photographs from the recent battle at the Department of Mysteries were displayed for all members to see, irrefutable proof of Voldemort's corporeal return after years of Minister Fudge's denial. "The emergency measures outlined in the proposal before you are not panic reactions," Harry continued. "They represent carefully considered preparations developed over years of strategic planning. They balance security needs with civil liberties, protection with freedom of action." From his seat, Dumbledore watched with undisguised admiration. The boy he had once hoped to guide had instead charted his own course, becoming a political force that had fundamentally reshaped Wizarding Britain's preparedness for this moment. In the visitors' gallery, Daphne Greengrass observed with quiet pride. Their alliance had evolved over the years into something deeper, a partnership based on mutual respect, shared goals, and eventually, genuine affection that transcended political advantage. The unity government structure outlined in Section 3 ensures all magical perspectives are represented in decision-making, Harry explained, gesturing to the relevant portion of the proposal. "Traditional values and progressive approaches both have vital roles in our response to this threat." Lucius Malfoy, recently exposed as a Death Eater following the Ministry battle, was conspicuously absent. In his place sat Draco, now Lord Malfoy after his father's arrest, looking distinctly uncomfortable as Harry outlined measures that would severely restrict the movement of marked Death Eaters. "We have prepared for this moment," Harry concluded, his green eyes surveying the chamber. "Not with fear, but with determination. Not through division, but through strategic unity. The path forward requires courage, wisdom, and above all, commitment to the fundamental values that define Wizarding Britain at its best." The vote that followed was unprecedented in modern Wizengamot history, nearly unanimous approval of the comprehensive security and governance measures. Only a handful of members with suspected Death Eater ties opposed the package. As members filed out of the chamber following adjournment, Augusta Longbottom approached Harry with a rare smile. "Your parents would be proud," she said simply. As would Arcturus Black, though he'd be scandalized by how progressive some of these measures are. Harry smiled. "Thank you, Madam Longbottom. Neville's leadership of the Student Defense Initiative at Hogwarts has been invaluable to our preparations." "Yes, well." She adjusted her vulture hat with dignified pride. "The Longbottom-Potter alliance continues into a new generation." Amelia Bones was next to offer congratulations. "Remarkable work, Lord Potter. The DMLE stands ready to implement the enhanced security protocols immediately. Thank you, Director Bones. Susan's research on the legal precedents was instrumental in balancing security needs with appropriate judicial oversight. The chamber gradually emptied until only Dumbledore remained, watching Harry gather his notes from the podium. Most impressive, Harry, the headmaster said as he approached. You have accomplished what I feared impossible, uniting the Wizengamot in preparation for the coming conflict. Not alone, Harry replied honestly. This has been years of coalition building, compromise, and careful positioning. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Your natural gifts have served you well in this arena. They both knew he wasn't referring merely to political talent, but to Harry's legilimency, an ability that had proven invaluable in navigating political waters and identifying potential allies and threats. Though never publicly acknowledged, Dumbledore had eventually recognized Harry's natural skill in the mind arts and had even provided advanced guidance in recent years. There is one more matter we must discuss, Dumbledore said, his expression growing serious. The final Horcrux has been located. Harry nodded grimly. Their joint efforts over the past 5 years had successfully identified and destroyed 5 of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, and the diadem. Only Nagini remained. When? The Order has tracked her to Malfoy Manor. Severus has confirmed Voldemort rarely lets her out of his sight now. Dumbledore sighed heavily. He knows we're destroying his anchors. The final confrontation approaches, Harry. I'm ready. Harry met the older wizard's gaze directly. The political groundwork is laid. The Order and the DMLE are prepared. And I've completed the training. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You have surpassed all expectations, Harry. When you first arrived at Hogwarts, I feared your political activities would distract from your magical development. Instead, you've excelled in both arenas. I had excellent teachers, Harry acknowledged with a slight smile. Both formal and circumstantial. Outside the chamber, Sirius waited alongside Daphne. Over the years, Lord Black had evolved from reluctant political figure to respected moderate voice in the Wizengamot, balancing his progressive instincts with the strategic pragmatism Harry had brought to their partnership. It passed, Harry informed them simply. Unanimous? Daphne asked, her formal public demeanor masking the deeper emotions Harry could read in her eyes. Near enough. The usual suspects objected. Sirius clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder. The alliance held, then. Augusta, Amelia, even Tiberius Ogden, all voting together. That's a political miracle in itself. And just in time, Harry added more quietly. Dumbledore's located the final Horcrux. Their expressions sobered immediately. Nagini? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. At Malfoy Manor, heavily guarded. The contingency plan, then, Daphne stated rather than asked. Yes. We move forward with Operation Ouroboros. The 3 of them walked together through the Ministry atrium, presenting a united front that symbolized the coalition Harry had painstakingly constructed over years, progressive and traditional elements working together, guided by strategic pragmatism rather than rigid ideology. As they reached the Floo network, Harry reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. From a neglected child discovering his unusual mental abilities, to Lord Black's political protege, to the architect of Wizarding Britain's unified response to Voldemort's return. The prophecy still loomed, its final confrontation approaching. But Harry Potter was no longer the unwitting pawn Dumbledore had once placed with the Dursleys. He had become a player in his own right, using Dumbledore's secrets and his own unique abilities to reshape the wizarding world according to his vision. The chessboard was set. The pieces were in position. And as the youngest chief warlock in wizarding history prepared to face his prophesied nemesis, he did so not alone, but backed by the united political force he had methodically constructed. Whatever came next, Harry Potter was ready. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.